Welcome back, NECC fans, to some more collegiate action. My name is Phil, also joined here by my good buddy of Chief over here on my left. And we've got a banger of a matchup between Oswego versus Carroll University. And sadly, Chief, I wish that the maps were as much of a banger as these two teams going up against one another because they are a little bland in comparison.
John, I took a break from Collegiate over summer, and the Collegiate Special is back once again. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the new iteration of Collegiate, where we run the same three maps over and over again. Surprise! It's Oregon, Villa, and Cafe. Hey, no Clubhouse today, since it is a best of three, but again, we expect the same four maps over and over again. Rosters are very comfortable. These maps are tried and true. Teams are going to be bringing out more or less the same strategies. But in all honesty, John, I'm actually starting to enjoy Borgen a little bit more. We're starting to see new flair, new fresh, especially with Flores entering the competitive pool.
Yeah, it makes the bands a lot more interesting as well when we actually get to that. We have all the players loaded up and ready, so we'll probably get the game underway in just a few short moments. And Villa as well. I don't really hate Villa all that much either. It's Cafe that I'm really dreading. I'd like to see this matchup go the distance to a full-fledged best of three, but I mean, it wouldn't keep me up at night if we don't go to Cafe Dostoevsky. It's just not one of my personal favorites. It is a very boring map in comparison to some other maps you can actually get picked, like Bank, Chalet, just to name a few. Coastline is a really fun map as well if you actually get the opportunity to go to it. But yeah, I think we are almost ready to get things underway. And once that happens, we can talk about the bands that go underway in towards Oregon as well.
Well, you mentioned how, Cafe, it's a little bit on the dull side, but I have to play devil's advocate, John, because Flores also makes Cafe that much more interesting. I think why we as casters
Yeah.
tend to enjoy Cafe less is that old utility consumption simulator where it was whip all nine of your flashbangs and hope that your nades actually find those deployable shields. And while I like that tacticalness that Rainbow Six Siege had back in past metas, it's also refreshing to see, young up and coming rosters and collegians trying to build a dynasty frag out of their minds where they just click heads. They say, we don't really need deployable shields. We don't need ADS with my pancakes. We want to flex our muscles. And that's really one thing that separates collegiate from amateur is when we see these up and coming superstars find their impact.
Might as well mention the two rosters for both Oswego and Carroll University. For Oswego, it's a lot of familiar faces if you actually caught up with NECC last year for their Rainbow Six divisions. Blobfish, Danky, Complexity, Spicy Fish, Dax, and None. And then aside of Carroll University, it's Silent, Saucy Monkey, Biowolf, Lion Poppy, Van Helsing, and Good Being. And some of those players are mixed up in it here today. Obviously, that's much more than five. That's the roster that we were given for this evening. So I haven't heard much about Carroll University. Maybe they will be like a black horse in the night where you don't really know what you're going to be getting yourselves into, but might as well mention the band since they're almost done at this point. Thatcher, Jackal, Valkyrie, and last but not least, a Kaid. So some familiar bands put in the mix and a little bit more comfort bands as well, as Jackal is something that I'm not used to seeing in a regular band phase. What say you, Chief?
I have made some players very angry when I've said this in the past. I despise Jackal bans except on Coastline because at a high level of play, if we're looking at, high amateur T3, Challenger League, Pro League, Jackal bans are inefficient for one reason. Because you, as a clever defender, know exactly where Jackal is when he pings you. If you're a 4 Jackal ping, he's about 4 meters away from you. If you're a single Jackal ping, you have to do some time calculation. That's going to be about 40 seconds. And you say, hey, if I was in this room 40 seconds ago, that's where Jackal currently is. So Jackal does provide the defense with some information. Because of that reason, I'm not a fan of Jackal bans. Because if you're smart enough on the defense and you're smart enough on the roam, you can bait Jackal and bait those attackers. You set up crossfires, you set up pinch points, you put those fatal funnels to good use, and all of a sudden Jackals and those drones, they don't really find the impact as desired. Oswego, starting on the defense, upstairs in the double dorm site. Now, since Cade is left unbanned, they're going to have to find a substitute. That substitute is going to be both Mute and Bandit. Now, the Pioneers, they're going to have to decide what execute they actually want to go for. There are multiple options here on dorms. You can go for the North execute, pushing in through South Pit, taking control of that tower sign. You can do South Games or West Big Window. And the beauty about double dorms, John, is you have access to all three of those tacks simultaneously. And what separates those good IGLs is when you start to leverage 2 or maybe 3 of those combinations at the same time.
I think that for the team composition that Carroll's bringing, maybe going in a big window would be their best option along with the master bedroom part of the map because they're bringing a fuse. So fuse can actually just cluster charge out kids, basically clearing out most of that area, maybe having someone playing underneath as well. And speaking of fuse, will already start detonating some of his cluster charge just to remove some of that utility that was previously there, making the ace's job much easier so we can actually get that back closet wall opened up. I think it would just make a lot more sense, and it would also not waste as much time. Now you can just kind of work your way into the objective room almost instantaneously instead of having to work your way in the back of attic. But I think Carroll University might actually still be going for a double split take as End is lurking around outside of Big Tower and only has backup from Lion, but that should be enough just to get that hard destruction down.
I've started to love Fuse. Recently reworked where his Fuse cluster charges can now go through metal reinforced walls. It does give you a little bit of extra flexibility. Now, if there are Mute Jammers, Bandit Batteries, or Cade Claws, you won't be able to place those charges. Now, if you elevate them, in theory, you could bypass Mute because Mute has also been reworked. No longer just a circle, but it's going to be a cylinder of denial. First kill for the Pioneers. They open up South Pit. That's one angle that they found, but still, the split push needs to find more dividends, John. That's going to come from opening up that South Games. There is lurking presence for Oswego over in that area, but still, they're going to have to start to expedite because one prong isn't going to be enough for a successful offense.
Blobfish playing underneath as well. He could possibly toss up a C4 if he gets that audio call and be able to find a little bit of impact on that round. It appears to be a full-fledged rotation, though, by Carroll University. No one's sitting up inside of Attic anymore. They flushed out smoke, but have completely rotated on around. Another frag will be found, though, for Carroll University, so now they're up in a 5-on-3 situation, and getting that hard destruction down once again. They could go for a push in a matter of moments, but they only have moments left, about 45 seconds on the board, and Oswego, if they find a couple of frags in these next couple of moments, this could still be a winnable round, but sadly, End will shut down that factor for a little while longer as Dax is no longer with us. It's just Complexity and Blobfish, 2 versus 5 situation with plenty of time to get this plant down, perhaps. A great C4 toss will come out, though, by Blobfish, already preset, so down goes Van Helsing. You're still at a massive disadvantage here. Blobfish from behind, though, there's no flank watch. He finds another from this, and all of a sudden, things could become winnable for Oswego. They just have to deny this plant from coming down in the next couple of seconds. Silence from behind gets rid of Blobfish. Now to 3-on-1 as no one's here to contest Lion. There goes the Nitro Cell. Only 5 seconds left. You have to confirm the plant, and now that it's just Saucy Monkey covering it, Complexity could win this. There's no intel, though, and Saucy Monkey's looking for a possible roam game, but he's in the middle of the site. Complexity will shut down the last player in the middle of the bomb site, and it'll actually be a comeback round win for Oswego in a 2-on-5.
Wow, an incredible round for Oswego there. I mean, they had no business coming back. 2 Nitro Cells and a Dream. And the Pioneers, they ship dreams today. That round was all Pioneers, John. That was 2 minutes of Pioneers dominance. They find the first 3 opening kills. They have great pressure, great efficiency opening up North Attic, opening up South Games. I was a little concerned about how Fuse would find his play in that round, but he was a tool to open up South Game. He places one of those Fuse cluster charges South Game's window, and he does the same thing over by mini dorms. That made a lot of holes in the Oswego defense that the Pioneers were able to capitalize on. But the big mistake was that the Pioneers never really set themselves up for success entering into that potential post plant, putting that diffuser down. Because once you have control of foosball table, you as an attacker, you now have to start to think about, all right, where could the 2 remaining defenders be? Bandit was left unaccounted for the entire round, so most likely he will be off site. That Nitro Cell will confirm it. But that secondary Nitro Cell that ended up finding that planter with 5 seconds left, that could have been from underneath, and the Pioneers really didn't know where that took place from. The thing is, the Pioneers have to have flank traps. They have to have one in the white stairs, one in the armory stairs. Without those 2 drones, you can't have good coverage. In the end, the lack of coverage hurt the Pioneers.
For Carroll University, the fact that they also had no flank watch really did get them towards the end of the round, and I think that was the main reason why Saucy Monkey ended up just leaving Lion all by himself to go for that plan, is because he was expecting another person to end up flanking him from the top of Armory stairs. But what a great shot by Silent. Down goes Danky already off the rip, as he had nothing to help him out there in terms of staying alive inside of Pillar. Maybe a possible retrade by Spicy Fish, as they'll get into a bit of an altercation near build doorway. But the fact that, again, that Carol had nothing to stop that flank, it did become a massive problem, and it allowed for a lot of breathing room for Oswego much later on. But so far, they're being suffocated by Carroll University, as Silent already has full control of Pillar, and they already have the first 3 frags favoring them. Another 5-on-2 situation, but all of a sudden, Silent and Saucy will get down, but the Adrenal Surge brings them back from the dead for a little while longer, and now we're back in a 5-on-2 before Dax can shut down Silent.
No Nitro Cells left for Oswego. This is going to hurt their defense. They're going to have to play aggressive. They're going to have to play gun up. You can't allow the Pioneers to 2v4 you and just start to push. They have access to start to go for that plant, and there it goes. Now the only option for Oswego is to start to challenge. It's Daxley starting to push on 4. There's no coverage. He's able to dish out some damage. Complexity will find 1. It's now a 2v2, John. It's starting to get very winnable for the defense, but it's all Pioneers. They find 2 swift kills to answer, and they'll be able to put that diffuser down, finding their first victory.
A very aggressive round by Carroll University. They just waltzed right into Pillar, and then they got full control of the bomb site. It was a really good attempt by Complexity to try to win back in the post-plant situation, but it just was not enough. It really felt like Oswego just did not have a lot built into stopping any kind of push. It felt very conservative. They weren't extending out at all except into Pillar. If you're going to try to stop a blue bunker push, you need to have someone like a Smoke with a couple of pieces of utility like Jaeger ADSs and a deployable shield set up in that elbow wall, or as Chief likes to call it, J wall inside a blue bunker. And that will alleviate some of the pressure that's being applied in the player inside a barrel room. The fact that Oswego did not have that set up, it allowed for a rush to occur on the player inside a Pillar. Silent took that opportunity, found the entry, and then found a second kill. And now you're put in a predicament where you really can't do anything except sit in the bomb site and pray that you can stop a plant, and Oswego simply were not able to do that, costing them the round. And hopefully this time around, defending meeting room will be a little bit easier for them, but the main anchor setup by Oswego, just simply put, it was not enough to stop Carroll's aggression.
The thing with the 2 kitchen bomb sites is you're going to have some type of extension. Most rosters are electing to go upstairs, holding attic, holding small dorms, and even sometimes trophy with a deployable shield. But the idea behind that is to force the offense to take more real estate. The Pioneers have been great at just acquiring real estate more or less for free. They're doing a small amount of droning, a small amount of entering, but beyond that, Oswego really isn't denying map control. Now that you're going over to kitchen meeting, it is imperative that Oswego holds as much real estate as possible. Now, I'm not saying that they need to be sitting upstairs in T3 ratting with my pancakes and Jaeger ADSs, but you have to be creating ways of denying time. And already the Pioneers have a decent amount of real estate, a Nitrocell to answer from Oswego, but it doesn't deny entry.
Yeah, Blobfish not able to connect it onto a single player. I don't know if it was tossed from up above or not, because it did make an explosion in towards the armory flooring. So I don't know if that's what happened, because he's playing up above. That would really make the most sense here, but that's still a little bit of utility waste. So some time has been burned through. That first one at the action phase is no longer with us anymore, and Carroll University, they are just playing right outside the objective rooms. No one's contesting them from the southern part of the map, really, unless Blobfish can go on a bit of a flank without anyone hearing him, but currently Van Helsing is guarding the top armory stairs with a very keen eye, so that's not going to be a very easy thing for Blobfish to try and accomplish here. And from the backside near Big Tower, it's a lot of gunfire being put on by Carroll University, as Dax is on about 10 HP and needs backup from somebody, but no one's here to really help him out except for Danky, but currently his hands are full with worrying about this lobby push.
The offsite hold will find one for Oswego. That was a pressure from above, but Danke is in a bad position, and Maverick is just going to swing. Silent for one, won't be able to secure the second, but Danksley isn't in much better position. But the members of Pioneer falling one by one. Lion Poppy, DBNO about to get finished off, so it's all going to be on the Finca, but there's her charge, able to res Lion Poppy back up to 25 HP, but it's still dire straits for the offense. They have to start to find kills. You have 42 seconds left on the clock. You're able to leverage those nades. You might be able to soften up the defense, but again, Instone, verse 4, practically impossible for him.
Really tough challenge, and your frag grenade not finding a single soul. You're still in that 1v4. Dax is on low HP, but Endstone is on just above 50 HP. That adrenaline surge will bring him back up a little bit closer to 100 health. Might make things a bit easier and reduce his recoil, but there's very little time left. Not too much intel either. That goo mine will give away your intentions almost immediately, and Spicy Fish is not going to give up that angle up above. You're down to 5 seconds. You really cannot do much else except just walk into your own demise, and Complexity will greet you with open arms. The second round win now for Oswego, as they're able to hold down the fort a little bit more successfully on the middle floor bomb room.
It's been a while since I've seen a South Classroom execute for a team trying to push into meeting room. It's a very good attack, and most defenders just simply aren't prepared for it. You can see that the Pioneers were able to dish out some damage from that position, able to get a kill. The one problem with that style of play is you have to guarantee map control. We were talking about that at the early stages of that round. If you do not have control of armoring, if you do not have control of the entire top floor, or at least flank drones in that area, that style of play simply will not work because there are multiple angles where the defense can flank you from. Zulu and Laundry basement stairs being the two primaries, but you can still be able to make murder holes from above. Again, it's a great attack. It works out well. It just forces a lot of synchronization for the attackers. And also, we saw members of the Pioneers by themselves over to the north, trying to open up the long angles of stage. But since Maverick was participating in the clear to the south by Classroom, they weren't able to successfully open up that wall. Again, the Pioneers had everything correct on paper. Where they placed their attackers, where they placed their drones, ended up falling just a bit short and ended up dropping them in the round.
It just came down to execution, like you mentioned. These strats have been on paper fine, like you mentioned, just not built up all the way through to get that full 100% success rating. I'm wondering this time around how Oswego might change around how they play, maybe a little bit more aggressive. Their setup looks to be almost a complete replication of what they brought on round number 1, and the team composition by Carroll University, nothing much has really changed, except instead of a sledge, they have brought a Twitch, and also Ash being on the board. There was really no stop destruction that could have been utilized other than a sledge by Carroll University, but when you're attacking on that top floor, it's really almost impossible to actually bring anything useful with a sledge, since he cannot find any good sledgehammer positions other than his grenades, which are always useful. But you can bring other operators like the Finca, which End has been bringing every single round, or a Maverick, which would actually make attacking with a double prong push 10 times easier, because then you can remove the bandit batteries, you can remove the mute jammers, and not have to waste the Ash charges with the vertical play underneath, because you can break anything that's near that soft flooring with an Ash charge. But if you bring a Maverick, it's not required to do that anymore because his blowtorch goes through hard destruction. But because of the fact that there is no Maverick, Silent will have to use some of his soft destruction from underneath, and Blobfish will shut down Silent off the rip.
About to be critical of where they're placing those Zero cameras. They're being offensive with it. They're trying to open up the north wall instead of using them what they're kind of intended for, as flank watch. And since there was lack of flank watch, Blobfish finds a first kill. And he's going to be able to get away more or less scot-free. Sure, he's under 50 HP, but he's done his job as a roamer. Not only is he wasting time, he's found a kill. That's very difficult to do as a roamer. And now the Pioneers, they're starting to find themselves in a fork in the road. Do they commit to the South Games wall like they did in the previous round, or are they going to start to go for something more linear? They elect for the linear push, and it's not working since Spicy Fish is still lurking by South Pit. He has a deployable shield with a bandit battery on it, and honestly, John, this offensive stint right now, not looking good. It was a swift start early on for the Pioneers, but now they're stalling.
That frag worked out once for you, Van Helsing, but it won't work out again. Spicy Fish will not make the same mistake twice, and now in a desperate attempt, Carroll University, they are at their wits' end, really, and will open things up, though, with a kill on towards Danky. Still have to worry about that flank watch, though, and you only have the Sam Cam to do that. Dax, the great shot on towards end, will remove him from the process. Saucy Monkey will get taken down by Complexity as well. It's just Lion Poppy up inside of Attic. There's plenty of utility being thrown his way. A Nitro Cell gets thrown out. Not going to blow him up entirely, but it will deal some damage. But only 15 seconds left. Toxic Babes in your face. You can barely see, let alone breathe, in through those smokes. There's nothing you can really do except just, once again, run into your own death. And for a second time in a row, that will be the case for Carroll University. And Oswego will take their third round win on defense.
Going back to round number one, Oswego won the round because of Blobfish with that Nitrocell and that 2v5. Once again, John, it's going to be Blobfish finding successful impact, starting things off with a flank. And I've been critical of the Pioneers a couple of times, but simply they need to have better flank watch. They have lost multiple rounds because of the lack of flank watch. The
Yeah.
only round that they've been able to win was round two, because when you're executing through J Bunker, through Blue, and through barrels, it's a linear push. You don't need flank watch. You're just, simply put, having silent entry frag and kind of YOLO into the basement. And it worked well for Pioneers that round because it was them making the initiative. They were pressuring Oswego, and Oswego kind of fell underneath that pressure. But the 3 rounds that Carroll has lost was because they are not really pressuring the bomb side. They're sitting on the exterior portions of buff rooms, attempting to slice and dice their way through the walls, using ace charges, using maverick torches. But again, that isn't direct pressure because you're not really challenging the defense. What I want the Pioneers to do is maybe start to stack more of their players in one area. Stop going for complex takes and just focus on one portion of the map. If you want South Pit, how do you do that? Well, you have flight drones and tower, you have ADS burn, you have wall burn, and you execute. Once you have that truly under your thumb and you've pushed away the defense, then you go to your more complicated attack. Maybe you go West Big Window. Maybe you go South Games. But if you start to get complicated, we've seen the Pioneers follow.
I like what Oswego is doing here. They actually made some kill holes into the E-box wall directly in a blue bunker. So that's going to cut off the main point of aggression for Carroll University. They could counteract this by just ignoring it and going somewhere else like a freezer take, because not a lot has been committed to defending that part of the map. You can get control of laundry and then freezer and really have your way with the defenders. Sadly though, Carroll University will not be attempting that. They'll go with their tried and true blue bunker push, blowing up the back electric wall. That way Silent could just rush right on into sight, but those goo mines will deteriorate that from actually happening. And he still has to worry about the player set up inside a pillar, which I believe it is Danky. If not, then Blobfish, who's just waiting patiently with the deployable shield, backing him up. And it will be Danky, throwing out some Toxic Babes as well. He's really not in a rush to move at all. He might have to worry about the big tower stairs in a couple of moments. For the time being, he's just, once again, sitting quite comfortably as the rest of his team will watch his other sides in towards Blue Bunker. Spicy Fish on a prone will get punished by Lion Poppy, but Danky still having a ton of fun inside a pillar will get a very necessary entry. But no, he overextends and gets downed in the process because of it. A bit of an over-aggressive push will actually force him to be downed, and he could get shut down by Endstone with relative ease.
The thing with Smoke, Danky, he can perpetually exist in that spot. Only nades and Flores drones can remove him, but since he will buy pancakes, it's just purely Flores. When you have a bandit battery on a deployable shield, Ash can't destroy it because her charge goes through metal, and when it touches metal, it gets destroyed. John, it's Blobfish.
Oh, no.
There's a flank drone
no.
and nobody's on it. You have the utility there. Blobfish going nuclear. He finds a second. Pioneers set themselves up for success, but they don't end up using their utility. Now a 2v2, sub 60 seconds left. Either one of our rosters can win, and it's the Pioneers. They're on lower HP, but they've had good entries before. They've been able to win this basement bomb site, so they can use that to their strength. Lion Poppy starts to go for the plant. There is no Nitrocell available, but you can go for the Pokeball. It's a swing instead for Complexity. The 1v1, and Tank Slays answers with a kill of his own. That's another round where the Pioneers look strong but make mistakes in the end.
You mentioned the flank watch, Chief, and you got it You got it to me before I could actually talk about it. Here's a really good idea for Carol. Instead of bringing the Zero, bring a Nomad. You get that
Or just
audio,
watch cams.
or just he didn't even place his cams that round. That's the problem. He has been though, other than that one round. But I think the fact that they were still planning on a linear take, they just didn't really think about it. I don't have a problem with Zero at all. I think he's a really good operator put in the right hands, especially if Nomad is banned. But with the ban phase, Nomad isn't banned. Why not just bring her? It's so much easier to just bring out the Nomad, have your utility already placed, and then you hear that
Attackers need
audio
to
cue,
locate
and
and
now
defuse as
Blobfish
many
has to
bombs as they
probably
can.
retreat or fully commit, but now you already know that that is bound to happen, some kind of flank, or you just, like you mentioned, have someone actually watch the cameras too. I don't think anyone's really been on cam duty on the side of Carroll University, and that has been taxing them on the flank watch because Blobfish has just been having no troubles finding some very impactful kills. And if it weren't for that flank by Blobfish, sorry, Carroll University probably would have won out that round.
And the thing is, Carroll University had somebody dead, so there's no excuse not to be on drones. And I don't want this to sound like it's, we're slamming Carroll University, but when a team has already done their due diligence, there's drones and cams in place for flank watch, and there's somebody dead and nobody watching it, that is a critical error. And it's something that we can't let go. We have to mention it. And that's what's concerning to me is Carroll has done it right. They have cams in that position. Somebody is dead to watch it, and they're just not doing that. Errors like that to me are just unacceptable because, again, we know what these teams are capable of, and when you're making errors like that, it's just a difficult pill to swallow. Spicy has just been thrown out 5 times, and he gets slammed. Uh-oh, it's a Blobfish on a flank again, and he's going to be able to find kills, answering back that initial one. And the Nitrocell could find one. There are members in that vicinity. The AoE will dish out some damage, but at least, Carol, they're going to find themselves in that neutral hour once again, 4v4.
Lion Poppy is currently trying to flush out Blobfish. He's already vacated at least the first floor. He's still sitting very close, though, on the laundry stairs. If the audio call is there, or even a face call by Danky, this could be a very easy pickup kill for Blobfish, especially if Carroll University does not end up droning him out. Currently, though, most of Carroll is up above trying to maybe do some vertical play, maybe clear out some players up above as well. Silent will get one on towards Stack. So the man advantage back in the favor of Carroll. And Blobfish just pulling the trigger far too early will give away his position and now forcing himself on a rotation. But once again, the fact that there really isn't anything to watch the flank except maybe some drones here and there, this could be another heyday for Blobfish once again, like it has been time in and time again. Before that happens, Danky will get rid of Lion Poppy, and your only hard destruction is no longer on the board.
Oswego's whole defensive strategy is to be hyper aggressive. They're just swinging corners, and the Pioneers have been unable to answer those moments of aggression. But one adaptation that the Pioneers have made was a more linear focused opening up the top side of attic. And with that control, they're able to use the hatch into meeting room. If you find kills to that hatch, you might be able to start to soften up that defense. The defense of the Pioneer, the defense of Oswego, they don't want any of that. They're holding their bomb site perfectly. And the advantage the Pioneers once had, it slipped away through their fingers.
Fragmentation grenade gets tossed on out, but it's going to hit the corner of the double doorway and not able to pick up that kill. And Blobfish just runs right at him full speed. Bye-bye end, and Saucy Monkey will meet the same fate, but in the hands of Jaeger instead. Oswego, a 5-1 split. Pretty impressive stuff on Oregon, and 2 more decisive round wins by them, and they'll have the victory in their hands for map number 1.
It was just Oswego's aggression. They would see an opening, they would make a play, and they would end up finding dividends. At a certain point, when you're a defender, you're down 3v4, you have to make a play because the rounds where Oswego dropped, they lost those rounds, was because the defense was playing linear. They were on the bomb site, they had no buffer room control, and they just simply made mistakes. They gave away too much map control. And basically, after round number 2, it's been Oswego running around the entire map, And that has kept the Pioneers on their toes. And unfortunately, they tried to spin their way into success, and the Pioneers were unable to do so in attack. But this is Carroll University's map choice. And sometimes we've seen collegiate teams, we jokingly or lovingly call it the collegiate special, where you win your opponent's map. And one of the reasons why we see that so often in collegiate is because most teams gravitate towards the same four maps: Oregon, Villa, Cafe, and Clubhouse. We're seeing 3 of those maps. The latter won't be shown in this best of 3. So, again, everybody more or less is pretty comfortable and well versed on the entire core 4 maps.
This looks to be a much more standard setup by Carroll University, except having both of the freezer walls reinforced. That's a big no-no. I hope you write that down in your notes later on, Carroll University, because now freezer is going to be much easier to be approached upon. I don't think Oswego is going to actually go that direction, though. It looks like they're setting up for a back tower take, so you won't be punished for that. Just remember that in the back of your minds. Nothing really too over the top, though, except that. That's a little over the top, Silent. You didn't need to show yourself off by killing your own teammates. Saucy Monkey is off the board already without Oswego having to lift a single finger, move a singular muscle. First minute of the action phase already doing wonders for Oswego, and they haven't really even entered the building yet, except a couple of players.
Map control being established. It's a slow process to grab map control here on Oregon, but Oswego, they have no pressure, and Spicy Fish is being the primary droner, grabbing that map control one by one. Now, you have a couple bits of hard breach utility. You can have the pocket hard breach charge that Buck is bringing out, or you can use the full daddy hard breach charge of Thermite from Spicy Fish. But it's going to be the pocket thermite charge opening up the E-box hatch. That's actually good efficiency with that utility because, well, you want to use the true hard breach charges for walls because you get a much larger hole. It's about 4 times difference between a pocket thermite charge and the full thermite charge. So if you're able to leverage the angles created by the thermite charge, you can start to apply more pressure. Now with meeting room under control for Oswego, they're in a decision-making process, John. They have to decide where they want to push from. There's technically 4 angles. J bunker, north stairs, or the tower stairs. You have freezer stairs to the west, and laundry stairs to the south.
Looking to be a mostly E-box orientated and back tower stairs push coming in through by Oswego, which might not be that bad of an idea, especially if they make things a 5-on-3. Danky will get lit up, though, forcing them to be playing a little more passively, perhaps, or just trying to secure a headshot in the next gunfight that he decides to go up into. Only about 45 seconds here as well. It's going to come down to a few more moments of decision and then a full-fledged push by Oswego. Spicy Fish dropping down on the hatch, but not committing just yet. He'll back up a little bit further, have the rest of his team push in before him, and Lion Poppy will be able to mark it off that. Down goes Danky. Only 20 seconds left here, and your man advantage is no longer there. It's an equalized position before Dax can find one. Lion Poppy with 2 as the C4 detonates right against the feet of Complexity, and a third for Lion. He's still stepping up huge. He has some backup from End, but it's just Spicy Fish, and it'll be a trade between him and Lion. There it is. The second round win now favoring Carroll, as in the last dire moments of the round, it was just a funnel by Oswego, and it was perfectly countered by Carroll's defense.
Lionfish finds 4 kills in that round. Phenomenal game sense from him. From the Nitrocell to the challenge into J bunker, it was all Lionfish acting as a sentry turret, challenging every single potential angle. And Oswego, that offense left a lot to be desired. Extremely good efficiency in the initial 90 seconds of that round. They establish meeting control. They establish opening up that hatch and the advantage points that that brings. Unfortunately, from that position, they don't really apply any map pressure. We're talking with 60 seconds left in that round, John, that that the University from New York has to find something else in that round. E-box is not going to be enough. They need to start to push in from barrels, from the north stairs, from the south stairs, and the west stairs. They need to do one of those. They elect not to do so. Instead, they go for a linear push straight through E-box, and E-box is a fatal final. You hold mouse 1, you launch nitrocells, and you just simply deny access to that one particular part of that map. Again, if you're executing the basement, it has to be a 2-pronged assault. If you don't push from 2 angles, it is very difficult to be able to win that round. Oswego finds that the hard way.
one-sided pushes are almost never the answer, and just dedicating so much to the back part of the map, it really did seal Oswego's fate, like you and I have now mentioned. But going up against kids in dorms, that double-prong push might be a little bit easier to spot out. You get control of Attic off the bat since you've spawned near the scrap area, and then you can also, or construction spawn, my mistake, and then also get control of master bedroom. But it's going to come down to that rotation first and foremost. If you just only set yourself up inside of addict, and then you don't really make the commitment to move across the opposite side of the map and get the other wall opened up to go for a push in a site, that could once again be easily countered by Carroll University, because last time they had to deal with a fatal funnel, it was not fatal for them. It was the opposite way around. Oswego got dominated by Lion Poppy with a 4K and end to get the last one of the round. So if that happens once again, this might just be nothing but a defensive-sided affair on Oregon.
We're seeing similar strategies from both of our rosters, emphasis being made over in North Tower. And if we've been monitoring Challenger League and the amateur scene, a lot of teams have actually started to go away from North Tower because it requires pretty much 3 attackers to be in that area. One to open up the wall, one to facilitate opening up that wall, and somebody to burn ADSs. And that also means you might have to rotate somebody with an explosive device. Now, one of those 3 could be in that realm, but you also might need a set of nades. And another reason why we've seen rosters deviate away from pure North executes is defending teams are starting to apply a lot more pressure over by Kitchen. It's going to be Oswego who's going to learn that lesson as their drones find Mozzie in that vicinity. Again, nitrocell denial is so powerful. Carroll University learned that lesson the hard way when they lost round number 1, a 2v5 to tandem nitrocells.
Really not a lot being done here for Oswego, except Spicy Fish now being down by, I believe, a Frostman, as that was an instant full HP roughly to now DBNO, and I'm not too sure if he can get revived here, possibly. Not entirely sure of that, but if that is the case, yep, we'll finally get revived. So we're back in a 5-on-5. However, Carroll University, all their players are on full HP, and Dax and Spicy Fish being tagged already in previous engagements with either players or utility, they're not going to be looking all that good in the current moment. To get that back, Master Wall opened on up, and you started with 2 entries with Blobfish and Danking finding picks of their own. Might be a little bit more winnable, but now you're just rushing into the bomb site blindly. Of course, you'll be punished by Silent and Sauce Monkey. Silent with the second one. Complexity will find a trade onto Silent. It's a back-for-back, matter of fact, now to 2-on-2. Only 10 seconds left, and cases drop inside of Attic. It's a 1v1 between Sauce Monkey and Blobfish. Can Blobfish clutch it out and bring us to match point? He's not going to be able to. It's Saucy Monkey with the last 2 of the round. We'll still see a non-match point situation as another defensive round win will be had for Carroll.
Oregon starting to become very defender-sided here in NECC. The thing is, John, is it the defense setting up these grandiose strategies where they're so hyper-defensive that the offense can't win, or is it the offense kind of starting to make mistakes? Because we're seeing similar scenarios between our 2 rosters on attack where they're just simply not addressing the round scenario. We've seen both teams just kind of hit a brick wall. When there's a deployable shield with ADSs and utilities surrounding it, both teams just aren't respecting these steps that an IGL needs to make. And what those steps are is you gather information, you break that information down, and then you create a counter strategy how to deal with that information. And what that information looks like is there's a Goyle shield, an ADS, and 2 of my pancakes. How do you deal with that? Well, there's a couple options. You 3 flashbangs and a nade, boom, that problem's solved. Maybe you try to risk 1 flashbang and a single nade to remove the other of my pancakes. It's the opportunity cost of utility. But again, neither one of our rosters is really going through the step-by-step components of the round. If you want to plant over by foosball, how do you get to that position? You have to work through your mind every single analytical step to get to that point. And so far, I just haven't seen that decision being made by both of our rosters, to be fair.
I'm really wondering as well why we haven't seen a lot of Maverick, because he's good on really any bomb site on Oregon. He's got plenty to his kit. He's got a really good gun of the M4. If you're good with a DMR, you can bring it, but I don't recommend it personally, as it is a really tough cookie to actually crack
It's a 50
through.
cal DMR, man. That thing's gnarly.
Yeah, but it's got like 10 bullets in it.
It
Dude.
does have 10 bullets. Oh, no, okay,
Yeah.
hear me out. Hear me out. 417 came into the universe with a 10 round mag. It does similar damage to the AR-50. Why not give it 20 rounds? Ubisoft, please.
No, I agree, because the 417 is not a bad gun. It just gets overshadowed by the other weapons you can bring. Another weapon that's also really strong is that P10 Roni, and Silent will prove that point literally as he gets rid of the top fragger of Blobfish. There goes your IQ, your main finder of most of the information. So he can't relay that intel from the grave anymore. I guess he'll just be left to do cam duty perhaps. But yeah, the fact that we haven't seen Maverick, it's really shocking. He has fragmentation grenades, he's got a good primary weapon, his primary gadget's super helpful, especially if you have a hard breacher. This round you don't have a primary hard breacher, so maybe I can understand, but why not bring him at all? It's come down to not being able to destroy viable utilities such as deployable shields. One of the best gadgets to break them, other than maybe explosive charges by an Ash or Sophia, which we also haven't seen a lot of either, is frag grenades. But we're not seeing any of that, which is just making this utility's value just skyrocket to the moon.
It kind of goes back to the point that I was talking about 90 seconds ago, John, where you as an IGL have to think about how am I going to execute this round? How am I going to open up these walls? How am I going to deal with the utility? And you have to be logging Maverick in the back of your mind. You also wanted to compare and contrast Zero between Nomad. We saw how effective that Nomad was in this round. An attempt to flank from Silent was deterred by that Nomad. Oh boy, it's an awkward engagement. It's going to be felled one by one, though, as a Nitrocell will get one back. But it's still... the Pioneers somewhat control this round, but there's the attempted flank from Silent once again. He was air jabbed from that position earlier, but now it's actively being watched.
A double push on towards Jaeger will be his demise. Complexity wraps it up. A third for Complexity. It's just Saucy Monkey in the middle of the bomb site as Complexity looking for a fourth. This could be doable now. Spicy Fish will get injured. Saucy with 2 of the round of his own. This could be a clutchable situation here. Complexity has to make the decision whether he wants to stick the plan or try to find the frag. And I don't think Saucy Monkey actually hears the plant going down. We're in the post-plant situation here, and this might actually be a winnable cause once again for Oswego. It's not 50-50. Complexity has the upper hand as Saucy Monkey has to try to push him. And there's no rotation hole in his security. He has to go all the way through Split to try to shut him down. Every avenue of approach is being denied by him. He has to go all the way back in the dining room. This is so much time being wasted, and Complexity just has to sit and wait inside a kitchen. It's an easy 4K for Complexity, and the poor site setup will be their demise. Oswego, they bring us to match point.
A roller coaster of a round, John. That was all over the place, from strong roams to the Pioneers to eventually their bomb site being compromised. At the end of the day, Oswego will find that victory. We've seen multiple players single-handedly win rounds with 4Ks. Not a sustainable strategy, but whatever gets you that round of victory in the end, that's all that really matters. Again, your objective is binary. Win or lose. And of course, your job is always to win. Now on match point, that was a tertiary bomb site that Oswego was able to win. They're going to now execute most likely downstairs into the basement, a bomb site that they ended up losing. They were just a little bit too quick on this execute back in round 7. They never really addressed the utility, and there is going to be a decent amount of utility this round. It's going to be Goya with his 2 explosive shields. Now, fortunately, if you're a fan of the University from New York, you're not going to have to deal with, well, my pancakes or Rooney gates, but still, those 3D8Ss could be very difficult to do so. But you have 1 set of flashbangs, so it's going to be all about efficiency using the utility for Oswego. No floor is to be seen as well. That does concern me, but at the end of the day, Oswego has really been able to leverage their mechanical skill, and they're going to have to flex it here into round 10. Those Nitrocells used for rotates.
Yes, because Lion Poppy is bringing the MP5K and not a shotgun. So I want to go on a bit of a talk here.
Use TCSG, it's been foffed.
He'll make a different point, which is also really good. I like T-Fishy as well.
I
It
do
is
too.
now buffed. It is a really good gun. Also a fun gun. I love hitting one-taps from across the map because it's a 2.0. The point of bringing the Mossberg shotgun is not for its kill potential, it's its soft
Which is good, by the
destruction
way.
potential. It's how much, yeah, that shotgun is probably one of the best pump action shotguns in the game. The Mossberg is a really damn good weapon at that. It, it just, the fact that you didn't have a shotgun that round or anything for soft destruction, it forced you to waste two very valuable nitro cells. And that's a big problem because you could have used that to stop a plant from going down. You could have done that to deny map control, give yourself time to retreat from somewhere by throwing a C4 and then running away while detonating it. That really does worsen your current predicament. So does burning out that Ash charge with an ADS and not breaking that
No!
shield. And no, the timing, Jakey! Oh, that's such a frown upon my face, as now you still have to worry about bunker. Oh man, it's just been nothing but utility being burned through in the first minute with really no actual benefits to doing it.
I'm a fan of running flat place breaching charges on Nomad, but not at the cost of 3 different operators running flat place charges. You just simply don't need that. You have your Ash, you have your IQ running flash plate charges, and then you have your Nomad in this scenario running flashbangs. So that way you have 6 flat charges and 6 flashbangs. So that doesn't end up happening. John, again, we mentioned that we had to see efficiency from our offensive team, and simply put, burning that J Bunker shield was not efficient. Lion Poppy did not bring out the Mossberg shotgun, but it doesn't really matter for him since he's able to get a kill with an MP5K. More kills start to roll between our two rosters. They're able to equalize once again. This is an execute where either one of these rosters, in theory, could win. Now, Lion Poppy finds his second kill. He had an MP5K when he found a 4K back in round 4, and John, it looks like he's about to remake history once again.
Might be very doable for him. Quick push comes in through. Complexity finds one Lion Poppy with another one. It's a 1v1, but luckily Van Helsing is there with a quick trade inside of 90. The fact that that was never cleared out properly will bite Oswego in the rear end and deny them of ending off map number 1. Carroll University will still have a chance to keep themselves alive and maybe bring us to overtime, but honestly, I'm not too sure because that bottom floor has really been their only real strong site. Yes, they've won on Kids and Dorms, but I feel personally that this is the site that both teams have made the most mistakes in when attacking it. And if we see Oswego make just a little bit less mistakes time in and time through, they could actually win this last round.
Again, I just find it a bit frustrating that our teams aren't dealing with utility efficiency. The IGL needs to be on top of utility because, as you just said, that Goyo shield being up perpetually really won the Pioneers that round. Now, sure, you can point fingers at Lion Poppy for going nuclear once again, but again, mechanical skill is great, but when you still have fixed positions, apexes in the round that are active and uncontested, that is concerning to me. And the way that actually Oswego was playing with their emphasis over in Pillar and their comfort in blue tarps was looking like they had J Bunker control. And again, we're just seeing teams make simple mistakes. And again, that just concerns me because I expect, teams at this level to be, beyond making the basic execution errors. But with that being said, they are putting on a brilliant show for us, John. I mean, these two teams are very equal and they are playing well so far. Now I'm just eager to see what this Dorms bomb site is going to be bringing out. Once again, Goyo is going to be returning, but Maestro is going to be entering into the server. This utility on the side of Oswego has to land perfectly. And unfortunately, their ranged utility is 0. You're going to have to use a fuse charge to get rid of every single Goyo shield and Maestro cameras. That's a Hail Mary. Oh no, Lion Poppy.
He walked back into it for a second there. That's not the play, my friend. And now you're on such little HP. That's your top fragger almost dead. That is not a good thing to have, especially since he has been a sole proprietor of winning a fair amount of these rounds for Carroll University. That's a big no-no, my friend. but hopefully he'll be able to utilize that C4 from a distance to not end up going down 6 feet under. Still a 5-on-5, and we're just about ready to get that hard destruction underway as well, as plenty of cluster charges are still being flung through windows by Danky. Not able to really find much except some utility here and there, but Danky, speaking of the devil, he'll actually find a frag with the AK-12 on towards Silent. There goes the Frost player, but since she has passive utility, it's not that big of a concern other than just losing that man count.
Red dot on the Aldo. Give it a try, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, you should be running red dot now. Red dot is so crispy. It is the best optic game other than the 1.5 times sign. Now, with my biases aside, it's going to be the Lion Poppy show potentially. No, it's not, as he gets shut down. It's the Alda. Red dot and 5 targets to find. 82 bullets left in the mag, so he can spray and pray his way to victory. But it's going to be difficult to do. Spots 1, but 1 is all that Saucy Monkey is going to be capable of. And that's going to be Carol Pioneers dropping their map pick of Oregon.
A 7-4 victory by Oswego. Not too shabby to start off your R6 debut, and it's good to see you again, my old friends. I remember you all the way back from last year, and really your roster hasn't changed all that much, except you guys are doing a lot better on the frag game. I don't recall much of my notes from last year, but I definitely remember that a lot more rounds could have been won if they just stepped up that frag game. Clearly, last round was a great example of them stepping up that one single part of their gameplay. Just Danky walking around, finding frags in every single engagement that he picked, and that definitely allowed for a lot more space to be made and also played upon by Oswego. And in the end, it guaranteed them map number 1 as a victory. But before we get into map number 2, which I believe it to be Villa, we'll go to a short little break, go through some sponsors perhaps during the intermission, and allow everyone to catch some fresh air before they go to the lovely Italian countryside of Villa. Stick around. Welcome back to NECC. Hope not much an issue for any of you. If you need a refresher, my name is Phil, also joined here by Chief. And after map number one, Chief, there's definitely a lot that we can deep dive upon. And I think you in particular, you really wanted to talk about a lot of things. So I'm not even going to try to speak my own. I want to hear your thoughts because I know you're a pretty smart guy.
I have to say, John, I love that I'm back in Collegiate. I've really missed Collegiate because it is an ecosystem where we see so many unique strategies where teams are very willing to experiment, do things that are atypical, and break the norm. Where teams and amateur and semi professional, they like to run the same things over and over again because it works. And today, both of
Yeah.
our rosters were doing things a little bit different. They were really relying on Zero, and why I love Zero as a flank watch. They weren't really leveraging Zero's utility. There were a couple of times where I was looking with 10 seconds left on the clock, and our Zero cams, there were still 3 in pocket. And when they were placed throughout the map, they were put in aggressive manners to destroy mute jammers on the other side of walls, and those Zero cams got sniped instantaneously because there's an SMG-11 bro, a mute lurking close on by. We're able to destroy that camera for free. And then going deeper into flank cams, both rosters were setting up flank cams, and the Pioneers, they set up a ton of flank cams. And simply put, John, they weren't being watched. And we saw Blobfish get multiple kills on the flank just coming in from behind. Again, Pioneers did so many things well. They understood the basics, they set up the basics, and then they just didn't use their utility. That drives me up the wall because you see this team, you see their thought process, it is accurate, it is perfect, and then they just don't use it.
It's like what we mentioned earlier, where on paper, oh yeah, this is great, and then your exit of it is just,
Yep.
it leads more to be desired. Hopefully, map two will be a lot different. I'm not entirely sure. The band's already looking very different. It is actually available in play as Flores will be banned and in a Rooney. I mean, you don't see every day, but I could kind of understand. Carroll University were bringing the Aruni in map number one, so assuming that's a bit more of a comfort. Now that you have banned off the Aruni, followed up by Amira, Valkyrie is on the board, so I'm expecting map number two to be very exciting. To be honest, Chief, when we go in the second half, we might see Blobfish running the Valkyrie every single round and just going for flanks of a limb.
Nitrocells and flanking on Villa is terrifying because there are so many places that you can put Valkyrie cameras that the offense will not spot out. I've actually become a big fan of Mira on Villa being left unbanned because on a lot of maps, Mira is oppressive, and
Poison or six
simply
one.
put, you're just not going to deal with a Mira. But on Villa, 90% of the floors are soft. So if you're bringing out a Buck, an Ash, even an IQ, Zofia, you could shoot through the floor and remove the mirror window relatively easily. So again, Mira just isn't oppressive on Villa because you have so many options to deal with it. Where Valkyries are terrifying. Now, one thing is, we've seen Blobfish run IQ already on map number one of Oregon. I'm expecting him to do the same thing. And there he goes. IQ is being brought out. Already starting to nullify Silent on that Valkyrie, but still, that means Blobfish has to be within about 15 meters of that Valkyrie camp, and he has to be alive to remove that utility. But so it's a give and take, and it's going to be the opportunity cost of Blobfish and his utility, because Blobfish wants to be the primary entry, and if he's a primary entry and dies, he won't be able to address the issues of Valkyries.
Also, if you are roam clearing underneath his IQ, there's mute set up on the soft flooring near the triple wall from the headroom leading into statuary, so he could be the main reason how Spicy Fish ends up doing his job and allowing his team to have a much easier way into the bomb site. But once again, like you mentioned, if Blobfish simply dies off the rip, then he will not be able to do any of that. Having End on the Caveira, that might make go a little difficult, especially if Danky cannot spot her out using Bionex scanners. That could be a really big problem much later into the round, especially is actually aware that Endstone is actually playing the Caveira, since it was a 6 pick off, I believe it was the Alibi on to the operator there. So that could be a much bigger problem later on. But currently, Oswego, they're not really worrying about that at the current moment. They're kind of clearing in groups, probably the best option for them. And the only one above currently is just out. And there goes Kavera, our lovely observer, just chilling out near library for the time.
Shout out to Owen, by the way, doing a wonderful job on the sticks.
Owen Atru's on Twitter.
I was not. I don't know. Is that on Twitter? Chief Gas on Twitter, though.
Ooh, true.
Oh, it is? I was gonna shout myself out because I have an ego, apparently. Now, the thing is, with Instone, I wasn't gonna talk about the Cav because Cav is such a loose cannon, and there's no way to really quantify a Cav until she's finding impact in the round. Oswego's offense, they've gathered a decent amount of control. It's all to the north. It's a linear take where they're just going to be pushing in for Master, but they've already done their homework, and with Astro control, it's going to be Denki leading the charge, but Lion Poppy has been on the MP5K the entire series. You give him the 1.5 times sight. A long-range pixel engagement for him, it's just Freelo as he finds multiple kills. Only one so far at the start of Villa, but he's found multiple kills on Oregon.
Honestly, I'd love to see Lion Poppy on like a Wamai role because I think the MP5K suits Wamai much more than Mute. And Wamai is still really in the meta, similar to Mute. Last 40 seconds, though, it'll be an absolute bloodbath in the middle of the bomb site. Fish will start off that shedding of blood as down goes Saucy Monkey, and from the long angle, see Fish pops in on a Lion Poppy. Is there, though, to quick trade on towards Spicy. Back in an even man count once again, 3-on-3, and Dax gets injured by a frost mat. It's now a 2-on-3 essentially, as Dax is still DBNO, and Complexity is forced to go for a plant. There's no flank currently. He gets shut down from behind, and there it is. The last frag of the round will be held by Valkyrie. No one there to cover your backside will cost you your own back, and a round win for Carroll University with relative ease.
Frustrating round for Oswego. They push in through kitchen, they establish the controls, start to remove utility, and then with 70 seconds left in that round, they start to make pushes. But the problems that they had in Oregon start early in round number 1 of Villa. They're just not destroying utility. They're not destroying deployable shields. Villa is going to be the hardest map in the 7 map pool. Why? Because it taxes the IGL the most, the in-game leader. If you're not dealing with utility, if you're not dealing efficiently with a roam clear, you on attack simply cannot win. Villa is one of those maps where if you do your homework, you can bypass a lot. We've seen professional rosters, semi-professional rosters, and amateur rosters run no hard breachers on Villa. They clear out the map, they remove utility, and with the 3 entry points into the bomb site, particularly AVG where we are now, it's more than enough to be able to get on 5. It just comes down to doing homework, and Oswego did not end up doing that in round number 1. But it's the start of Villa. Villa can be a difficult map to gauge your opponent on earlier, but once you have them in your sights, you can start to break down the round. And put this into context, in amateur to professional play, this map is attacker-sided. It has a 43% defensive win rate.
It is definitely a much more enjoyable map to watch at some extent because of that. It isn't just a slaughterhouse on one side of the coin. That's always a really enjoyable, and most just because of how well you can clear out certain extensions, for example. I mean, they're going on that, and that's just their preferred point of attack because they started on that master side around number 1, and now they're doing it once again, except a little bit less of a first and bottom floor. Instead, all that pressure will be applied all the way above, which is probably the better call if you're going to go for a backside take, not have to worry about the roam game underneath, and you can already start trying to get map control near 90. That way, it's just a little bit easier to approach the bomb site from that angle, then maybe get hunting wall opened up, and then work your way in towards aviator as well. It's all textbook stuff when it comes to attacking on Phil. This is the one of the many regular and consistent routes you can approach upon when attacking aviator in game. So hopefully it comes from. It's only the very beginning of the action phase, so nothing much really being done yet. No decisive winner, obviously.
I would like Oswego to be a little bit closer to 90, which is the midpoint of the round where you see Frost playing. You tend to want to see teams there at the early stages, maybe about the first 60 seconds. Well, there's some casualties starting to mount between the rosters, but it is going to favor the defense, the Pioneers, because they found Spicy Fish. Thermites are going to be powerful opening up the walls. Now, I know we mentioned that you can be running no hard breacher, but having a hard breacher still is nice because you're able to open up Gun Vault where Lion Poppy is playing. You can open up one of the 4 walls of study. It gives you more flexibility, but again, it just comes down to how you want to use utility. Plenty of deployable shields still on the side of Pioneers, and Lion Poppy is going to learn a very valuable lesson that if you sit in Gun Vault, make sure you don't put your toesies in front of the drone vault.
Especially when 90 is in well arms of Oswego. Complexity does have a secondary hard breach. He might use that to get inside of hunting, and he has, but End not being dealt with from the get-go will now be a force to be reckoned with near the end game, as he'll make things 3-on-3. Once again, this is a very winnable round for Carolina. They just have to wait patiently. Complexity not expecting the peak by Lion. It'll nick him 2 kills. Back, it's just Blobfish now in a 1 versus 3 situation. Not much time left by his side, nor really that much information. He's showing Poppy, but still down that man count, still not having all that much in. He'll get railed with bullets by Saucy Key, and 2 round wins in a row for Kill University. Once again, just anchoring out on the bomb site, and that roam game coming back to the objective room later in the round is just paying dividends.
Oh boy, John. We're seeing Cav start to find kills now. The idea why Cav is actually in the server is Jackal's in play, and they have great counterplay. If you have Silent Step activated, which is Caviera's ability, she doesn't put footstep heat markers on the map, and which means Jackal can't grab your feet. So if you're able to go throughout the map and never put your feet down, in theory, Jackal won't be able to track you. The thing is, Oswego never has been able to really find success with those Jackal Inox scanner. They haven't been able to expedite their roam clear with that critical piece of utility, and that's one of the things that we're talking about. Up to Lamp and up to 9, Oswego took 90 seconds. Most teams were looking at 60 to 45 seconds at most, unless there's a full clear or unless there's a bunch of defenders in that one area, which there weren't. So time issues, once again, which is the bane of Oswego on Oregon, are starting to mount, and Oswego still isn't dealing with utility. Again, there's a lot of moving pieces to the round that the Pioneers are setting up, and if you want to win on Villa, you have to remove utility. Fragging is important. It is a first-person shooter after all, but it will not win you Villa unless the defense or offense is making critical mistakes.
Wondering why we don't have a main hard breacher again for Oswego. I mean, they've got 2 secondary hard breaches, as Danky and Spicy Fish have 2 pieces of utility. However, I don't really get it. You could definitely utilize a Thermite, Pier, an Ace, or Habana, any of those 3 hard breachers. Maybe even a Maverick if you want to get with it. It just really does beg upon the question, why not? Because every one of those players that I mentioned has really valuable secondary utility, and so does now. And now that you force yourself with that secondary hard breach is something that about it you can bring claymores. That way you don't have to worry about as much instead of air jab or the gridlock tracks not finishing. Player that gets caught by the utility, now a claymore will just completely blow them up sky high, so they never have to worry about them again. And worrying about those late flanks by End, Oswego needs to do that a little bit more, because every single time that he has not been dealt with on the roam clear, he just comes back in the last 30 seconds of the round and finds some kind of pick, and that allows the rest of his team to play a little bit more easily, say, put it bluntly.
I will say, I enjoy the flexibility that Oswego is bringing out, because you have 2 pocket harbor breach charges, something that rosters tend to not do. We barely see 1, let alone 2. So in theory, you could open up the necessary walls, and honestly, on this bomb site, you really only need to open up pantry and the hatch by master. Because once you have that control, opening up laundry could be a liability because it gives the defense a new angle to challenge you from and actually walk in from. The Buck Skeleton Key starting to open up the floorboards ahead of the Pioneers. But both rosters are at the exact same roster count. 5v5, sub 60 seconds left on the clock, and the defense of the Pioneers, all they need to do is watch the angles. They sit back, relax, and force the offense to start to make a play.
Yeah, because at this point, you really are at the point of no return for Oswego. They have to make a play here. There's no time left to stall. You only have half a minute. That is a really good playmaker, though, by Blobfish as End. Someone who has been a really big factor at the end of the round is now no longer with us in the team fight, so this could be the turning point. But here comes the FO12, close quarters combat. You have to rush in towards Laundry, and you have just a gigantic brick wall, essentially. A Saucy Monkey could find so much impact, but he doesn't down a single soul. It's actually a frag for complexity. A 4 versus 3, but now Spicy Fish is down to finish off. Nitro Cell comes flying out. It finds 2 by Lion, and Silent with the last one. It's nothing but a massacre in the middle of the bomb site, as in the end, we'll see Carroll University take a 3rd round win in a row as nothing is seeming to work for Oswego.
Oswego is setting themselves up with necessary utility to be a success. Simply put, they are not using father time enough. They are not clearing out the map. They are not clearing out the bomb site. They're not using the skeleton key as an asset to remove the ceiling enough above the Pioneers, forcing the defense to play in positions that they're not comfortable with. And again, Oswego needs to do more in their round. And you can see that they're timid with their attack. The way you see that is by the operators they're bringing out. Nomad and Gridlock, to me, says we're very concerned about being flanked. And flanks are something that you do need to be concerned with on Villa. However, competent rosters can deal with the flank by 2 drones. You don't even need a Nomad. You just have to relegate somebody to flank watch. You have to start to coordinate these rounds. And again, the IGL Oswego is not showing me that they have a fundamental understanding of how to push on Villa, because they are crumbling under the setups, which means Oswego isn't breaking down the setups mentally. And again, you have to imagine it like you're playing a particular sport, whether or not you're playing football or soccer. You have to move the defense. And if you're a quarterback or if you're a football player, you have to move the defense. Well, how do you do that? Well, you start to pass the football on the perimeter and eventually move those defenders, which moves the goalie, and then eventually you have that lane to shoot the ball. Same thing with American football. Your job as a running back is to move those linemen to have that hole to run to the end zone. And Oswego isn't doing that.
Maybe, I mean, maybe this round will play out a lot differently, but it's just been the same mistakes over and over again for us. Resetting a whole lot on map number 1 in comparison, and oh no, it didn't drop in time. He gets a very early entry off the bat and just runs all the way back in towards Bicycle Room. He is just, he's not contested at all, and now Oswego are petrified that they might have to worry about a roaming Caveira at any given moment. They could be pounced upon and into a 5-on-3 situation. So we might not even see a roam clear done all the way through. Blobfish and Dax are still there. Other than that, they have zero clue as Endstone is still sitting near Moreland towards Bicycle, but at the moment, Oswego is just none the wiser about it.
They haven't drone bike. There's the drone, finally finding that information. And Endstone just YOLOs away through a memo up the red stairs. The cojones Endstone has. My lord, John. How did he survive? There's 2 attackers there. He didn't even stand and fight. He just ran. Oh, I'm going to be real with you. You're never going to see that again. That just doesn't happen. And now he's lurking over by Zombie. Oh, boy. It's a roller coaster. And it's going to be some ups and downs, but now the downs starting to take place for the Pioneers. They drop 2 of their defenders. And this is the worst that they've looked. It's been 3 rounds in a row for them, and with 60 seconds left in this round, it's going to be on Lion Poppy. Once again, he has been in clutch scenarios before. He's looked flawless on just about every single one of these clutches, and he's going to have to step up big for his team.
Ooh, there goes the swing by Lion Poppy, trading out some damage between him and Spicy Fish, but one being the victor overall. You're well aware that that's the main avenue approach for Oswego, and you basically just have to deny that, and you should be set in stone, really. Blobfish, though, gets rid of Endstone. Now in a 4-on-2 position. Nitro Cell gets tossed and out, but will it land? It will! Onto Complexity. A 2-on-2 now. He's also able to pick up a frag with the MP5K. It's Lion Poppy and Chew versus Dax and Blobfish. The plant will be attempted. Dax with perfect coverage. He's on very little HP. This could be an easy refrag by Chew, and it will be. He has to go for the commitment here, but Blobfish will actually win the fight. It'll be a win finally. We go as the Iron Sights are just not going to be enough against the G.
I will defend MP5 Iron Sights. Usually when we see that, it's because the player used to run ACOG, and then when Ubi ripped away the ACOG, it defaults to Iron Sights. So it happens more frequently than players probably would like. But with that being said, we mentioned when strategy fails, sometimes you just have to click heads. Oswego will do exactly that. It was them making a droning error, not finding Cav, isolated behind a laundry unit, getting the first kill. She lurks over and bike, gets droned out, hightails it out of there with no punishment. But the members of Pioneers start to play a little aggressive over on the master bedroom side. 2 of those players end up dropping, and all of a sudden Oswego now has an insertion point into the bomb site. They're able to use the thermite charge to gain more access, a new line of sight, and an avenue to start planting that bomb. Credit where credit is due. Pioneers did a great job of fighting every single square inch of that map. And if I do have to be critical, you should have been a little bit more passive with those echo drones. One was used to grab info on the Endstone, which actually worked and was one of the reasons why he was able to retreat back up to the bomb site. But the second one was sitting literally in the middle of the bomb site, not up on the ceiling, out in the open. If it was in a better position, you're able to deny the plant sooner.
Why is that cross mat there? Why is it right next to study door?
Here, John, I have an answer for you. John,
that door.
If you
Yes?
you don't know what you're doing, the other team won't know what you're doing. And also,
That's a
who's
good
going to
point.
check for a frost mat there?
You know what? The element surprise can really.
Oh, that's
be
why,
a
because there's a
devilish
deployable
thing.
shield there. But wouldn't
it's
you
the
just
wrong
push in
way.
from South Study balcony?
Yeah. It
Goodbye,
just,
frost mat.
I didn't really expect much
You didn't
else.
live log.
But
Do we
did
get an
you-
F in
did you
chat for the
really
frost
plan on
mat?
it? Yeah, F and chat for all the frost mains that had to witness that. That's really unlucky. In the frost mat, you can't shoot it until you full study, so that one is a little bit more justifiable. But the one that just got shot, you can literally see it from study door without having to be contested at all. You can set one up near the landing area. If you want to do an extension over there, which Oswego is, or pardon, Carroll University, sorry, they are not doing a light one at that. Never mind. There was a player racked up by Oswego over there, which is why I mentioned their name. It's actually Blobfish all the way underneath. But anyways, enough about the utility. Currently, Oswego, they're trying to clear out the study side of the map. Maybe get either the bar or the aviator opened up and go for a pretty standard plant. If they want to go for a default plant situation on the south side of the map, want the bar wall opened on up, clear out the players that are stacked near that bar table and maybe someone inside of the hunting, and then they can go for that coveted plant so long as there isn't anyone roaming out underneath. And in the current moment, Chief, there is one player only, and that is Silent, who his position is not well known by Oswego once again.
I like linear pushes, study, library, piano, and art. It applies a lot of pressure into the bomb site, especially if you use IQ and Buck. You can just remove every ounce of utility. Now, Oswego's starting to commit smoke grenade to the bomb site. They still have a lot of time left in this round, but they're going for the execute. They're applying pressure from 2 different doors. The bomb's starting to go down. Where are the Pioneers? The majority of them are off site. They have to come in for the red sign. The user has now been placed. It is only a +1 advantage, converged into a +2, and right now the Pioneers crashing back to their bomb site. Good kills for 2 members of the Pioneers, but still 3 more targets to find.
Rion 2, post-plant situation, time is still ticking. Carol, you have to get back into the building or the bomb site, my mistake, and try to find some type of frag. The only one here currently is Lion Poppy. He's just rushing into them, but it's just Lion Poppy 1 versus 3 as he can't shoot the player near the vault doorway. He'll finally swing out wide enough, but a smoke will now impair his vision. Blind going to go for the gets one, but there's no time left. You can try to stick it, but it takes 7 seconds and you only got 3. It'll be an easy wrap-up kill for Spicy Fish, but in the end, he did time, already sealed the fate of Lion Poppy, and Oswego will take their second round.
If you want to know why I love that study and first floor take, is it's time efficient. Oswego has lost rounds because they didn't monitor the clock, and well, it's now them monitoring the clock. They execute with 60 seconds left on the clock. Why? Because the members of the Pioneers are still roaming over by Master side. Some of them are underneath Master by Kitchen, but the Pioneers need to realize that with a pure linear study execute, the offense 99% of the time won't be making a rotation on over to the north side of the map, and if they do, it's usually in through that 90 window, which there is a frost mat already on. The Pioneers just need to be more reactive. They were expecting a certain style of play. That play didn't happen, and the defense didn't make the read. They didn't make the necessary adjustments. For Oswego, they did make the adjustments. They lost round 2. The last time Planes and Games was showed because they took too much time dealing with the weeds of the map. And there wasn't a roam in round 2 like there was in round 5. They just got stuck on the clock. Now, they monitor the clock perfectly, and once again, entering into round 6, the trophy bomb site, they're executing on site. Oswego has been able to win before.
Trophy and Statuary being probably one of the better bomb sites for Carroll University, but Oswego did finally get their way with them. It did come down to one-on-one confrontation, but definitely a lot of questions to answers. They are running up, and Stone is no longer on the Convera. He's rocking a Thunderbird, which is really helpful when you go for a very anchor-favorited hold. It also works out in roams as well. It depends where you place your Konas, and then you get engagement, you lose some HP, you fall back on the Kona, you get healed back up to full health, or even overhealed as everyone just sitting on a Kona and wasted through its first dispense. It can be helpful no matter what situation you're in, so long as you don't get headshotted.
I actually want to step back and correct something I said earlier. In stage 1 of the NAL this year, it had a 43% win rate, it being Villa, and in stage 2 of North America is a 51%. So it's now gone back to being defender-sided, but it's more or less the same thing. Instone has been on a roam the entire series, and he's isolated over in Gunvault. No rotation out, he's a dead man walking. He won't be able to even drop any utility from the offense. And that's one of the problems when you're on a solo roam and Planes and Games. You have no rotation, you have no help, you can't walk yourself back into a corner. You have to have escape routes. That's roaming 101. And again, your job as a roamer is not to find kills. Far too often in amateur play, young players think that my job as a roamer is to click heads. No, your job as a roamer is to remove drones and waste time. Those two criteria will lead to other defenders getting kills when the final execution begins to take place. Plenty of nitro cells on the side of the Pioneers. There were 3 at the start of this round, but 2 more left. And Lion Poppy and those nitro cells have been lethal throughout Oregon and Villa. You can't allow to have that utility left as a clock starts to go down.
Carroll University, they are guarding this backside push pretty effectively. Smoke grenades, though, blinding them in the process. I don't think Saucy Monkey has his Evil Eye set up to deny a plant with the smoke at hand, so Danky will get one down scot-free. Post-plant situation, 2v5 as Complexity shuts down Silent. It's just Lion, Poppy, and Saucy Monkey. Great kill on Stanky. He'll now die. Man advantage still favoring Oswego, but the fact that Lion Poppy and Saucy Monkey have now found one separate kill for both of them will make things a little bit more winnable. But it's just Saucy Monkey and Blobfish will just simply end the both of them simultaneously, getting the last 2 kills of the round. And Oswego make a great comeback, a 3-3 split, dead even. Going into the second half, we've seen adaptation time in and time through now by Oswego. We've seen a little bit of that as well by Carroll University, but not enough to tip the tide back in their favor. And if they do not continue to adapt now on their attacking half, this might be a 2-0 victory for Oswego, Chief.
That attack was textbook on how to deal with roamers, and Oswego, the rounds they ended up dropping, the 3 rounds they lost, was all because they never addressed the roam clear. Instone's successful defensive roams were because he was passive and allowed Oswego to make mistakes. In the latter parts of the series, the 3 rounds where Oswego won in a row, it was Instone playing a lot more aggressive. He maybe was a little bit more confident in himself, or maybe he was given permission by his teammates to play more aggressively. Whatever the decision was, it wasn't the right one. Again, your job as a roamer is to waste time. Planes and Games is a very effective roam for holding trophy. The thing is, you have to have reinforcement and you have to have an escape route into 90, because the single door, the north door known as zombies over by map, it's not really going to be an option, because you can have your thermite deep back in the southeast corner of study holding that long angle. You can have your flank watch either watching main stairs or long classical hallway, and that leaves 90 your only option. If that 90 window to the west ends up getting cracked open, your chances of surviving the Planes and Games roam is pretty much nil. You have to have teamwork, you have to have coordination to put on a successful roam, because when Oswego drones effectively, boy, do those drones start to make pain and suffering for the Pioneers. With that being said, John, it's a new half. It's a new day. The Pioneers are now in attack. All those successes they had on defense, they just have to log it back in their mind in the event that overtime takes place. But it's now a new way of thinking.
The Ying being brought out by C. Well, I'm honestly a gigantic fan of Ying. I still think she is a powerhouse put into the right hands and can allow for dominating rounds, especially if you don't have a lot of utility to counteract it. The only thing that could truly stop the Ying Candles from actually out properly is Blobfish's ADSs. And if those get cleared out by the smoke grenades or really anything, track stingers, Selmas, you name it, by anyone on the side of Carroll University, it's just nothing but free real estate for CU. So if that happens, this could be a very seamless round win for Carroll University. However, it is going to come down to the part where they actually go for that execute, and currently they're dealing with a basically non-existent roam game other than Blobfish, who is just relaxing. He's vibing in the bottom of Red Stairwell with no one here to contest him and no one here to drone him out.
We hypothesized, John, that it would be Valkyrie, the primary operator for Blobfish. Nope, he's going to elect to bring out the Jaeger. I mean, Jaeger brings good utility. He is a staple of every single one of these defenses. And I also like that we're seeing the Pioneers bringing out their Jackal. Jackals are powerful. Oh no, it's a blunder. The pocket shotgun from underneath, and Spicy Fish ends up getting dropped. Too common of a position to be played. The yellow ping gives it all away. Blobfish's rotation into piano has been spotted as well. He might not know it. It was a 90-degree crossfire for him. There's a hunting pack of Pioneers nearby, and Blobfish has to make a hero play. He's isolated in a corner, but at a certain point, the offense will realize he's over and aren't. Now fully Jackal ping. Here's a swing. It's a miss for him. One member of Oswego left. It's complexity on the bomb site. 5 to find. It's only 1 kill for him, but still, it's a mountain to climb, and he needs to start to move now.
So many Candel frag grenades as well. It's not going to matter, though. It'll just be an AK-12 kill for Lion Poppy to find the last one of complexity. Oswego, they're not going to win their round win, but Carroll University their first attacking one. A much better start indeed, and they really had their stuff together that round. They did not have all of their eggs in one basket, which is fine to do from time maybe. But case they were playing very dispersed. They had people watching for a possible flank. They had vertical coverage as well. Everything just went well for them, and I'm very happy. You get a gold star by me, and hopefully you can keep up that same momentum going into the next. Hopefully that will be the case unless Oswego will be a little bit wiser about it, as you are very similar team comp.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
Just a
defused by
reminder to
attackers.
not sit next to a deployable shield. You should always be at least a meter off of it for a couple of reasons. One, for the perspective, and two, if it explodes the device, or the very, very, very rare case there's a shotgun from underneath, you don't die to it. Again, not give a spicy fish back in round 7 the flexibility to swing and leverage perspective of that deployable shield, keeping more of his body covered by the shield while exposing less of it to the offense. But he played predictable, and with the initial death of Spicy Fish, that is really where the round falls away for Oswego, because they're unable to defend Classical. You have a roamer who has a potential of coming up main or coming up red stairs, but once he's caught off, that was Blobfish, the hopes of the round was lost, and the members of Pioneers just found snowball kill after snowball kill. Blobfish, the Jaeger in the previous round, he's now bringing out the operator that we assumed he would be gravitating towards. A more aggressive operator, and with a flanking potential from the information the cameras, as well as a nitro cell being guided by red and yellow pings. That's going to be a truly difficult position to be in. And the Pioneers, I truly hate Finka simply because of the recoil changes she does, and you'd be better off bringing out an operator that has more utility. Maverick or even the IQ. Now, IQ's already in the lineup, but again, Maverick slicing and dicing through that wall will be able to expedite things more than the IQ would.
Even the Iana, that'll be a roam clear, and since there's no mute on the board, there is no direct counter towards her. You got fragmentation grenades. Once again, really helpful when clearing out shields. It makes more sense to bring her than the Finka, but Endstone hasn't been doing all that. Endstone hasn't been doing that bad on the Finka roll, and on map number 1, we saw him get a double, which actually kept their man count really healthy. Catching them, I believe, 1 if not 2 rounds on Oregon. This is a lost first map, but hey, it wasn't as bad of a situation for him. There goes another 5 situation, but luckily Blobfish will not let go of M1. So we're at an even man count, and you've lost your only hard breacher, and you might lose CU in a second as well, as he's been lit up highly as well. Not a great start for Carroll University in the slightest, and if they don't actually finish off Blobfish here, if he just wastes time with Case on the ground, this could be massive.
No.
This gunfight will come down to everything, and Monkey loses the fight. That's massive, like I said, but Silent from behind will finally get the trade needed, and Case is back in your back pocket, but it's just Silent now in a 1v2.
C7E is a great gun, even after being nerfed to 25 bullets in the magazine and a damage drop-off. But he has 2 targets to find and 2 more scans with an Inox. More than enough utility, plus once you start to incorporate the 2 drones, 1 already in the field of play and 1 in his back pocket. Final remaining member of the Pioneers, Silent. He has more than enough information to gather necessary plays, but he's not droning. He has the Inox scanner out the entire time, so he will be able to spawn out feet. However, the 90 camera, not previously shot, will spot him out instead. Now, Oswego knows exactly what's taking place. Seems like Silent has gone towards the south side of the map, John. This may be Silent just playing time and having the IGL break things down, but no, he's over in 4, and there's a swing. It's a whiff fest for both rosters, with Complexity finds the kill in the end.
Oswego, their second defensive round, and actually a victory this time around. Well, we tried not looking at you, kind of forced our hand. We're sorry, man, but at least you are humble about it,
Blame Owen.
well aware. Yeah, honestly, not idea. Just put all of your pain and suffering towards Owen instead. Anywho, the
I
fact
usually just
that
blame
Lion
Infernosis.
Poppy, that's probably a better call, but he's not here, sadly, dude. You make fun of him though without him knowing, so that's not a horrible
Scooter.
idea either. Yeah,
I can't make
poor
fun of him.
Scooter.
He's a boomer.
Yep. Yeah. Right. Poppy main roam clear apparently on that round. Not a good call, especially when Case was in your back pocket. Look at how much chaos Blobfish was able to accomplish on that last round. A 4-on-4 doesn't sound clearing out the roam so far away from sight. Now all of your attack map, and you're all on time. You've got about a minute left. It forced the handle unit from that. They were down on the mount. It was a 1v2. Yeah, Saucy Monkey could have brought that back, but it was just such a rough predicament for him. Actually, I believe it was Silent who was on Jackal, but the fact that it was just Jackal alone and really not able to do, lack of time and intel, the lack of everything, really, it just sealed its fate once again and gave Oswego a really important round win. That Rome game, just, it did so much for Oswego in the end that it just guaranteed them the victory, like I said.
So the thing is, and we've seen this across both rosters, and I'm going to pick on Silent because he was the most recent one to make this mistake. If you're entering into a 1vx with more than 40 seconds left, it was 47 seconds on the clock when that 1vx started, and you have 2 drones, 2 Inoxes, and smoke grenades, and you do not use a single ounce of that utility in your execute, that is one of the biggest mistakes you can make. Multiple times have we seen members on both teams go into the execution with utility, and simply put, that is a mistake that you can't be making. Silent, he redeems himself with a brilliant shot. Spicy Fishes emerge from behind a desk, and here's a hunting pack. He gets stomped into oblivion. CU puts a couple extra bullets out of range just for good measure, and Blobfish is still roaming as well over by Art. It's pure aggression on the side of Oswego, and it's just not working out for them at all. 2 members swing, 2 members knocked down, but Blobfish won't be able to return back to his bomb site. So make it 3 on this aggressive charge. Isolate over by the red stairs. Blob is able to rotate away safely somehow. He won't be able to go with full HP. 45 HP to his name, but still lurking to a different position.
If you can come back much later in the round, that could be massive for Oswego, especially since they are down on the man count. Carroll University, they're applying a ton of pressure in towards the objective room. A couple Candelas tossed out perfectly could really seal the deal for them, but so far it will be a gun engagement between both Lion and the player. Not really gonna be much else but that. A bit of a stalemate currently, but they're just waiting for the perfect moment to strike here. In the 5-on-2 situation, this is a really rough spot for Oswego. They're in a rock and a hard space, and if they aren't able to find at least some type of frag or just burn through the clock a little while longer, there really could be nothing more. The fact that Saucy Monkey has been able to spot out Blobfish as well, his tricks are up in air. There's only much he can do either, except maybe get a lucky kill up in towards red, but he's none the wiser. It'll be a freebie for Saucy Monkey, as now they just have to prioritize the bomb site.
5 attackers starting to push their way on forward. Complexity goes DBNO, but Axley is going to keep his team alive temporarily. A secondary swing and another DBNO being dished out, but it's not enough. As the Pioneers steamroll into their bomb site, they have the man advantage, so they're just going to trade out until there's nobody left. That's one of the advantage of being in that man advantage by +4. Valiant effort for Oswego, but they weren't able to secure the deal. And now, the Pioneers, only a few rounds away for entering into match point, John. It's looking like we might be finding ourselves in the middle of a collegiate special.
That might be the case. Carroll University does have the man advantage back in their favor, but it is a very even predicament. Oswego had the forefront of the round advantage by a fair amount. This time, it's kind of neck and neck, where some teams are just making a little bit more mistakes than the other. Particularly just not having an escape route on your roam, just being punished for that. That's been the biggest concern, is just the roam game not being effective enough some rounds, and then other rounds, the attacking side is none the wiser about the roam game being afoot, and they get instantly eradicated because of it. And the roam game is very essential on a bomb site like Dining Room and Kitchen. So I think that for the most part, Chief, it will once again come down to the roam presence by Oswego and how Carroll can counteract it.
Change up between our 2 rosters. Oswego is electing to bring out a Kate instead, as well as something a little bit more traditional. Pulse is incredibly powerful. We can call this strategy the call center from hell, because there are 4 different Nitra cells in play, being guided by a pulse cardiac sensor as well as a Valkyrie camera, potentially upstairs in master bedroom. That is a lot of impact that you can have with your explosive utility. And the offense of the Pioneers have to be very mindful of this. Now, in amateur play, when this has been shown in the past, offensive rosters respect the defense so much they elect for a linear push. Because why are you going to do the exact style of offense the defense is already set up? The defense is prepared for an attack of master bedroom. So if you execute in through living room library, apply pressure in through memo, and then in through China, all of a sudden that Nitrocell strategy, Oswego, won't be as powerful as they once desired it to be.
I think currently Carroll University is still just pondering what they want to do here. I saw a little bit of a presence towards the front lobby area, and now Saucy will be located in towards the living room. It's looking to be like you mentioned earlier, Chief, and I think that is probably one of the better ways to attack this. The only problem is that Oswego, if they have the instruction leading into memo with relative ease, and then can just play along the staircases to find a couple of frags here on their toes. But currently, everyone's set up on the first floor. They're not able to, in this current moment, that is out of the option pool currently, as Carroll University are just getting closer and closer to their current objective, both room and kitchen. It is really only a matter of time before they just blitzkrieg into the objective room, get that harder shot. This, or even applying vertical pressure as well. That could be a problem for Carroll University just because of the sheer amount of nitro cells that are on the board. But if you land them, that could be a problem in and of itself.
Remember, holes work both ways, and just because you're in the offense, you open up a hole, that doesn't necessarily mean that the defense can't spray through it. Just like what Blobfish did, an incredible shot by him, but two members of the Pioneers able to find answer-back kills. So once again, our rosters end up neutralizing 3v3, and the attackers have their own explosive devices that they can throw into the vicinity of the defense. A nade finds one, but that's going to be a nade bouncing off a Nitrocell. It's chaos in the bomb site right now, John. No more long-range explosives for the defense. They're going to have to rely on their gun skill. The two top frags for Oswego are left in this series. 20 seconds left. Some of them are being jackal trapped. Blobfish has been known over by China. Complexity lines 2 up. That's diffuser isolated over in memo. And it's now the show of the Pioneers. 1 left. It's going to be on Endstone. He had great roams before. He had great mechanical skill. It's a whip fest. It's potato fest, John. A great reaction for Endstone, but 0-0 on the clock. He starts the plant. It's all over at this point as Blobfish gets a free headshot.
And headshots with the nitro cells, landing some crisp kills with his own information. Honestly, not having to worry about the vertical
wall hacks.
Once Blobfish found 2, yeah, he needs to simmer down just a little bit. Oh my goodness. Oh, Blobfish really allowed
around
custody just to worry about the single-sided push coming in by memo. And that was really it. And the fact that they lined up for complexity as well, it left Carroll University with little options, and it just costed them the round once again. It's been a lot of dire moments like that for them. But, I mean, it definitely still could have been winnable, don't get me wrong. Not a single Nitrocell was utilized properly. It was just coming down to the gun skill. And there were a couple of occasions. So the lack of game sense in some moments either.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. There were options to the Pioneers, and it was a 2v4 with more than 30 seconds left. Why aren't members of the offense rotating away from memo, through bike, in through launch? Like, that's the option that you need to have. Because if you push in through pantry, push in through laundry, all of a sudden, you now have, instead of technically it's a one-way crossfire because the member is coming in through China, gets smoked, you now have a potential for a 4-way crossfire, and that becomes very powerful.
Oh, back to trophy room and statue area. It is just all over the place. University, a twist on the board. You've got Jackal. This is not a bad lineup, though. You on some occasions have been able to utilize the Gandelas a little bit. I don't know will keep her up on the board. Sadly, maybe this time it'll change. Maybe possibly force out some of the roamers. Nope. We'll get downed off the rip. The round might have some more impact later in the round, but the fact that you already are on such low HP, you are easy pickings for anyone that just wants to step up and fight with you. And you don't find that headshot, then you be dead at that point.
And you have to be good on this roam there. Roam on Villa, bread and butter, so many defensive holds in the snap. I mean, look at what K is doing here. He's wasting time, sniping drones, and the Pioneers are kind of terrified of him. This is the poison meta, or the JJ meta from amateur play, where they bring out a Cade, they have him sit in one portion of the map and be an absolute pain. But Blobfish in the vicinity as well. It's 90 seconds of time waste. The Pioneers have not grabbed map control. They don't even have a buffer room to their name. They're still struggling to grab Study. Maybe a little bit too aggressive as Lion Prophet is able to get a free kill, but Blobfish is still roaming. He has to leave now before the cutoff is there. There's members on the red stairs. Blobfish's rotation was cut off. He's also taking a gunfight over by Boar, and somehow the Pioneers are back in this round once again, John. But Blobfish has not been punished until now.
Oh, Saucy Monkey, a great 2K to his name. Complexity finds one on towards CU. 3-on-2 situation here. Definitely very winnable for Carroll University, but they've got to go and try to go for that plan in towards A perhaps. B will be a bit of a death trap unless they are able to shut down Complexity. But he's using the natural cover of the bomb chassis. Perfect lobby. Now down in this current moment, an impact grenade would seal his fate, but no, he'll still be only injured for the time being, not giving off that initial kill, and there deflects on his line. And Poppy has been revived. Just Dax at moment, 2 on, but not another one. Endstone will remove him from the board.
Match point for the Pioneers, and what a roller coaster of a round once again. We've used that term a few times, but Oswego, they were in control of that round for well over 2 minutes. That roam they had in planes and games through Classical Hallway was impeccable. It was one of the best roams, the most effective roam that I've seen on that extension in a very long time. That was textbook. Even the rotation back, the double collapse into the player of the Pioneers playing over by red. It was perfectly done, except for one critical component. They forget about Boar. The rotation back becomes a little bit too hectic. But those players in the Planes and Games extension, John, they need to be prepared that they're most likely going to die. Blobfish did play to die, and he was a menace. The one mistake that he made, I have to be critical of, was he overstayed his welcome on red stairs. Once he got that kill, he just needed to return to Lamp and play the long angle into Master Bedroom, the long angle into Astro. It really doesn't matter which angle he elects. He just has to continue to fortify the bomb site. And that's one of the hardest things to do as a roamer, is to be recalled back to site and start to play more passively. Because when you're a roamer, you're sniping drones, you're being pressured, your adrenaline is increasing. And when you make that trip back home to your bomb site, you have to take a deep breath, say, hey, I survived. I have to survive for another 60 seconds. And if you start just be hyper aggressive, you can put your team in a bad position. Now, I can't be too critical of Blobfish because he's 16-8. He has a 2.0 KD, and Complexity is 11-9. So they're obviously doing something right, John, but everybody can, do better, from a professional player to a collegiate player.
A lot more to be desired, for sure. I think I'm still lagging on my end. Am I cheating or am I coming in clear?
I got you, lagging sauce boss.
Oh.
Poor John. John's router just got hit. It's a bad day to be John. With that being said, Blobfish over by Games, attempting the success before. However, he's just a solo roamer. we've seen members of the Pioneers in this exact same position. Blobfish was the one that was able to get that kill, but there's Dinky rotating off to Classical Hallway, so once again, it's a two-pronged defense on the extension. Drone starting to be sniped, and denying access to that information is going to be critical. A mistake being made by Oswego is the fact that they haven't reinforced the study wall. You have to have that exterior wall reinforced because you don't want to get sprayed down, especially if you look in the top right-hand corner of your screen, the overlay, there are still 2 unused reinforcements. Why not put them on the south-facing wall of study? If anything, it makes Blobfish more effective on that roam. I say more effective. He's already wasted 90 seconds.
Minute 20 left on the round currently. Still a 5-on-5. This is going to be huge for Oswego so long as they can bring it down to about 50 seconds and still keep that man count in their favor. At this point, Oswego starting to maybe retreat back towards the objective room might be the proper. They can have that 5-on-5 man count at a very quick disposal rate. Cal University, they're still looking for non-existent roamers currently. That's a bit of a massive problem, to be honest. They're just wasting more and more time when they should be prioritizing the top floor here. The first frag favoring out Cal University. Quick trade by Blobfish as he gets rid of one. Spicy Fish follows suit on towards Saucy Monkey. They're just running into the all that at this point, and now a second one for Spicy Fish. It's a 4-on-2 situation. This could easily become an overtime situation as Lion Poppy gets lit up as well. Got about 55 HP. The only one up on full health is currently, and it's just CU left looking for the non-existent roamers with 20 seconds left on the round. Where were the Candela needed most to act in his pocket, and now you only have nothing thoughts to think about. This round is basically a lost position, and it will be confirmed by Blobfish, who's just waiting near Zombie. Oh man, a predicament there for Carroll University as we go the full distance, Chief.
We talked a lot about the roam in round 11, Sean. One adaptation that was made by Oswego that was so brilliant was the double barbed wire on red stairs, Cade, Electroclad. That is something that just doesn't ever happen because who's going to, quote, waste a Cade Claw? That Cade Claw got 3 kills on red. Now, it was members of the defense electing to go for swings, but it was based off the information, the barbed wire, and the screams from getting electrocuted. That is exactly what we need to see out of rosters. That demonstrates to me a very strong fundamental understanding of the map. With that being said, I would still like to see the 2 extra reinforcements in the pockets of defenders used on that study wall, but to be fair, the defense did end up winning that round. And something that you mentioned was the fact that the Pioneers aren't using utility. Ying still has all Candelas, all flashbangs, and that 1 BX. Why wasn't she over on the study execute? Why weren't the utility being used? Why wasn't the IGL of Pioneer saying, uh-oh, guys, we have a massive roadblock. His name is Blobfish, and we need to remove this. Can you Candela? Because I promise you, Blobfish is not shooting back when he's milky white after getting flashed into oblivion from a Candela charge. And also, props to the Pioneers for making a rotation once they realized that Planes and Games was not possible for them to execute on. The thing was, that rotation took place after 2 minutes. That rotation needed to come in the first 45 seconds of the round, because if you're rotating that deep into a defensive stint, it's very difficult to come back from.
Yeah, the fact that I've seen, you and I both have seen so many rounds where CU just does not use a single Candela, it really begs the question, why even bother bringing? It's just really concerning because I mentioned this at the very beginning of the match. Candelas are just so potent and so strong, put into the right hands. But CU, it's falling through his fingertips like sand at a beach, really, and it's really upsetting. And like you mentioned, if you use it on someone like Blobfish, he's definitely not going to be able to find anything when he cannot see anything at all, let alone something close to him in a 3-foot radius. So just prioritizing them or using them at all in the slightest instead of back away, you could go for a double push on a Blobfish, but instead you're just holding a long angle and wasting time. And that's another thing we've been discussing, Chief, the lack of time managed properly by both teams. Not even just Carroll University or Oswego. The both of them combined have been taking far too long to clear out roamers and to also get site control.
Blobfish is sitting in a corner by studying, doing nothing, and wasted 60 seconds on that side. The members of Pioneers have rotated over to the northeast side, which is actually a good read for them to have because pushing planes and games did not work out for them in the past. But there is a secondary strategy with Meister cameras and defending utility over by the east, and Blobfish has legs, unlike most Blobfishes, and he's able to rotate. He finds 2 kills, John! Blobfish has just dropped a 20 bomb. The man is going nuclear. He's keeping his team in this series, and the members of the Pioneers are falling one by one.
Like a domino effect, really, here, Chief. 5 versus 2, and we're back to Silent to make ends meet. This is not looking winnable in the slightest. Silent trap inside a bathroom, has to step up and try to find some kind of kill. He'll get one onto Dax, and Endstone actually injures Spicy Fish. One complexity is there, and so is Blobfish. 21 kills to his name on map number 2. Can he go above and beyond and find more than the funny number? Possibly. We'll have to wait and see on team as match point is back in the hands of Oswego.
Roller coaster. Again, that's going to be the motif of the day. Boy, do I love the way Oswego is playing their defense. That trophy defense is something that is difficult to do with the extension, especially when the offense goes to rotation. Great read for Blobfish to understand what was taking place and the needs and wants of that round. It was imperative. Oswego denies access into kitchen, and with Blobfish being a terror on that 416, he is able to do exactly that. I mean, he is single-handedly shutting down the Pioneers in so many of their offensive stints. And it's not like we can just call this defender-sided or attacking-sided because both teams are going 3-3 at the half, which is a 50-50 win rate for both offense and defense. So it's just coming down to individual bomb sites and the way teams are responding to the way bomb sites are being held. And again, something that you mentioned a couple of times, John, is the offenses are struggling with time management, they're struggling with roam clears, and they're struggling with identifying utility and breaking down utility.
It's really concerning because you have so much at your disposal. You've got Jackal, you've got the Ying, you've got so much that should be helping you clear out some
5 seconds to go.
like Blobfish, but you're not putting the 2 and 2 together. You're not connecting the last, just running into your room and just smashing his hand on the puzzle. Really the way to go is I think my internet is lagging once again. Not shocking. 1.4.
Oh, hopefully that 1.4K goes into your bank account. That's where it really should be.
Getting you on the roam because you're just not you're not connecting the 2 and 2 of your Candelas and your Jackal together. He's ripping your puzzle apart essentially.
I actually have an interesting fun fact for you. In professional play, the worst bomb site is Trophy. It has a 43% defensive win rate, which means it's being won more by the attackers. But here in our collegiate series, it is the other way around. The best bomb site by far is Trophy. Now, of course, professional play and collegiate is different, but professional play provides a litmus test for what we can expect in the amateur ranks, because for the most part, amateur teams and collegiate teams, they see us in professional teams, they see a professional team do this type of strategy, they tend to emulate it. But for some odd reason, our collegiate rosters today are finding a plethora of success on Trophy.
Totally shocking. No extensions have been made towards Astro either. A lot of things that could have been opportunized that haven't been. Minute 20 now, still not 5-on-5. This time the roam clear is being the problem for Oswego's. Are now back on the attack, trying to drone around, make sure that their backs are firmly watched with a little bit of engine. Once that's over and done with, they've got to refocus back on the top floor where they still have to meet and embrace 5 slices to the end, and that's where the big obstacle will come into play for them.
With Oswego opening up the wall to the north of the triple wall that's known as the wall looking into Split, that's a very powerful wall to open up because it denies access to Split and the deployable shield behind it. Now, it'd be better off if the offense actually destroys it outright, but here's a plan. 40 seconds left on the clock. Where are the Nitrocells, the Pioneers? They have to start to go out, but they're nowhere to be seen as we now dive into the post plan. It's Oswego in control of this round, John. They have 40 seconds to claim themselves victory in week number 1. As an attempted resurgence for the Pioneers, but they're not finding impacts. Lions Poppy, the top frag, is DB&O. Instone, the secondary top frag, is going to have to start to pick his teammate up.
Versus 3 situation here, not looking all that good. Now turned 1-on-3. Oswego, they've got this one in the bag. They just need to find one more or let the time on down to 0 seconds, and it'll be Endstone to meet his fate. Setstone, your week 1 winners for the first matchup of the series, 2-0 against Carroll University, and a decisive, hard-fought victory, in fact, on map number 2.
At the end of the day, John, Oswego was the better team. Their mechanical skill, particularly blobfish and complexity, I mean, they're really the elements that ended up winning the series for Oswego. We mentioned that both teams were making critical errors from flank watch to utility identification to utility burn, but sometimes you can just subsidize those mistakes by a mechanical skill. It's something that you don't want to rely on. You should always have strategy first, mechanical skills second, but sometimes strategy goes out the window and you just have to rely on blobfish to hold planes and games perpetually, run around the map with a 416 and cause terror.
Well, with all that being said, before we go all the way over it, there is still one more match to be had, not casted by you or myself, sadly. It'll be Corbeck and Binks, I believe it to be, but there is still one more match, obviously, of Rainbow Six left, so stay tuned for that happening at around 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, and maybe we'll see a little bit more of a back and forth of map number 1. Perhaps maybe we will go the distance all the way to the third map. Stick around and find out and see where our another 2 will bring us to when that next best of 3 comes underway.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the NECC Rainbow Six Siege Challengers Division. Western Colorado University versus Cal State Dominguez Hills here, the Mountaineers versus the Toros. I'm Corbeck, and alongside me is Binks, and we are so excited to bring you this NECC game. I love me some college esports.
I'm really looking forward to this match because we see a lot of competitive natures. The first week we're coming into this, so each of these teams are looking to make a statement. They want to say, hey, we're the team to look out for. You better start watching, one, our games, and look at the plays that we're bringing to the table because you're going to have to adapt around us because we're not doing anything to adapt around you.
Indeed, and it is the first matchup here between these two teams, so we don't have a lot to go on in terms of reputation or scores or statistics. It's really kind of entering into the crucible for both of them tonight and doing a little bit of proving ground action here, but certainly proves to be an interesting matchup. A very deep roster on the side of Western Colorado University, almost 12 players in Cal State University Dominguez Hills, which we will just refer to as the Toros. I think it's a little bit easier. The Toros don't have quite as many players in their lineup, but still a pretty significant number as well. Two, I think, of the thickest rosters we have.
Yeah, there's quite the lineup. And in my experience, when you have a big roster like that, the competition to actually be playing on that main roster when it is game time is fierce. You want to make sure you're the player there. And if not, during practice time, you know that each of those players are showing up, or you're going to have that overall heightened level of commitment where they're then able to scrim against each other. They don't have to go and try to find other teams or the universities to scrim to. They can constantly work. You never have that individual player just going, hey, I'm playing on my own. They have the opportunity. They have the manpower to say, we are playing together. Let's hop on. Let's run a game. And that is so very profitable for a team to be able to say that. And especially a collegiate team to have that much dedication. I think it's something that a lot of other universities should try to aim towards.
Yeah, it's really valuable, actually, all things considered. I think we have a player thing here, so we can look at some of the rosters here that we'll be going into tonight. But regardless, it is exciting. And one of the beauties of NECC, the collegiate scene, is that there is so much variety to be had amongst all these teams. Often over on the T3 side of Rainbow Six Siege, kind of the next tier up of organized play, or a parallel tier, even one might say, things do tend to get a little bit staid at times, Binks, right? You see a lot of the same stuff over and over again. Teams kind of going back and forth, playing on the same the same route, right, in terms of kind of compositions and whatnot. But here in the collegiate scene, things tend to get a little bit more wild, a little bit more free. You have a lot of diverse personalities, a lot of interesting players who want to come in and kind of give it a whirl and play something different. And I think that is one of the most exciting aspects of the entirety of collegiate esports, is just the wide variety of plays that you can see at any given time.
The variety of plays, you can also talk about the variety of maps. And speaking of maps, we have three. I don't want to say they're out of rotation. We have Chalet, which is now coming more and more into the rotation, but it's still very, very new to the scene. Every single strat is still developing. So we're going to be able to see that WCU is going to be able to start on attack for Chalet, then going over to the map pick of Toros, which is going to be Clubhouse. Then rounding it all off to the comfort pick that is Oregon. So both these teams, in case you're wondering, Oregon is one of these maps that is played almost every single day. So I am very interested to see if we are going to get to the map 3 point. But regardless, Chalet is going to be the first place in which we do battle in the Alps of France, a beautiful location. And we've seen that it's very attacker sided thus far, and it's slowly edging towards that defender side as the defenders start to understand what works and doesn't work, the extensions that they have to hold on to, where exactly they're going to fight. But there's so much left, especially for the collegiate scene, for interpretation.
Yeah, it is one of the few maps that remains defender or attacker sided in the world of valuable. You see Maverick taking off here as well, so that'll cut down a little bit on the necessity to worry about that particular hard breacher, and will make breach denial so much more effective here for the defending side.
Now, Mira, standard. I'm interested to see if we are going to see this Valkyrie ban. I've seen the videos. Everyone knows the coconut bra videos where you can go and watch from these insane Valkyrie cameras. But the question is, are you well versed enough on them to be able to see them on Chalet? Have you practiced them enough for when she eventually does squeak through the ban phase, which she has? So Corbeck, we could actually see some crazy Val cam placements. And what's so crucial about those is if there's a black eye on the board, in other words, a Valkyrie, then you have so much freedom. You always know where the attackers are, theoretically, and the attackers, unless they're taking an IQ, should never feel safe. And look at that. What a surprise. Valkyrie on the board.
Yeah, Valkyrie is really highly banned in a lot of organized play Siege right now, so it is interesting to see her slip through the ban phase in favor of a Malusi. But again, it's kind of harkening back to what I was talking about here before we got started on the evening. It does tend to be a little bit wild in college esports at times, and I think it is a fair play to say that leaving Valkyrie unbanned on this particular map is a bit wild. Certainly going to give the defenders an edge, but something else that's wild is the site that we're starting off on down here in the basement. This site used to be the Vogue defensive site, right? This was it. You'd come down here, Binks, you'd start on basement, it felt inviolate, nobody could ever get in, but now the way that things have changed, really, with the nature of the restructuring of Chalet as a map, basement has kind of been a poison pick for a lot of teams, so a very brave decision here by the Toros to start off on this basement site.
10 seconds left before insertion.
And it's largely in turn to, as our spectator Owen is doing a phenomenal job of showing right now, actually the floorboards. If we look, all of this floorboards has actually been extended from a line that we used to see before, and almost the entire site is now vulnerable to that vertical destructibility, where anywhere you rotate, unless you're in that blue corridor, you have such big choke points, which means on the defending end, you have to meet the attackers head on. If you don't, they have so much control, so much freedom to move around, and in the end, you're the one that gets manipulated.
But I mean, we're already seeing the danger of the site being illustrated almost immediately. That garage defense lasts all of about 2 seconds right there. A Kali round comes in and takes out Famous Guy as well on top of all of that. So a very painful start to the round here for the Toros, who are now in a difficult spot to play out of. Playboy trying to use this kind of concrete connector here as a defensive position, but already the drones are starting to come in. Recycle first, going in over the top deck there, probably thinking about putting an exothermic there on the living room hatch and opening that up as well, but really a lot of the pressure could just be applied to the garage door at this point in time as they begin to filter in here, and the defenders already on the back foot to start things off.
It is to be expected, especially this early in the round. You want to see these aggressive picks. They should not have immediately fallen back to this basement floor. It's just not the safe haven it once was. And now we see this stalemate between Livid. He won't be able to win out his gunfight, as Squabble will come out on top. Beautiful headshot with the pea shooter, also known as the MPX. And looking above the Kaid, you can see the vertical destruction. Although the hatch is still there, there is so much damage to be done, but he will also be able to win out his gunfight onto Ham. This begs the question of how this attacker force will be able to hold this down, especially considering that they have now left 3 of their remaining attackers stuck at the choke point of the snowmobile garage door.
Playing Kali in these close quarters really is much of a reflex test for the player as it is of anything else, and unfortunately Boo not able to bring down the kill right there. Will drop. Squall is hit on the other side and will go down, so that the Valkyrie tapped as well. Playboy here still playing very tight though onto this wine cellar, just waiting for somebody to walk into the sight line, and you see that option going up on the top floor there. I believe that was maybe Recycle first again, kind of probing that window into Fireplace Hall, looking for the opportunity to jump over. But now, you know, the shoe is really on the other foot here for these attackers, and Lunar's not making it any easier for them. Cloud taken down early on, and that's just going to leave Lunar there playing out of a dangerous position. He'll back up, goes ahead and finds another spot, could punch through that wall quite easily if they wanted to. They will do so. And again, Recycle first here, out of options and out of time. Will swing back into the main hall, fires a couple of shots over towards that murder hole, but what can you do? Time should just run out here. I don't even think he'll be able to rack up another kill there, Binks, and unfortunately, WCU cannot get it done here on this first attack.
I'm surprised. It really caught me off guard, and it's largely in part to more the method of the attack. And that could have been the entire plan for Torres, because when you go for that basement site, if the attackers are planning and they expect you to go there, it's game over. But the ability that they just stacked 3 people on the garage, it felt so very reminiscent of old Chalet, which is exactly the attack that the rework attempted and proven by their previous round sought to destroy.
Yeah, and you make a very valid point. I mean, it was part of the idea of the rework was, I think, to lessen the frequency which this basement site was played and kind of stop exactly what we just saw right there. That said, I mean, you really saw a situation in which I felt like the attackers didn't particularly adapt well. Once they got the initial breach down, there was not a lot of effort made to take that fireplace hall, kind of secure the rest of Chalet. It's a classic sort of problem, right, that a lot of Siege players and Siege teams will run into, which is this idea that you get very objective fixated, and you kind of forget that part of the problem in Siege is making sure that defenders can't take other angles onto you, right? It's not just about playing the garage door breach, it's also about securing the vertical, making sure that there aren't any roamers to deal with, and when you try and short the circuit like that, sometimes you get caught out, and I believe that was sort of what happened right there to WCU, but certainly not a impossible to overcome setback, right, on the side of the attackers. Nothing that they can't walk away from here. They've brought along 2 kind of soft destruction breachers in the form of Livid on that buck, and then Recycle first on the sledge. In fact, out of third, Cam Louie there coming in on the Ash, and well, actually, out of fourth, why not Boo there on the Collie? That's a lot of soft destruction. No wall will be safe here, Binks.
I'm looking for a lot of things to go boom, as we already have 1 breaching round being detonated down on Fireplace. Second one, there it is. I'm curious to see what the overall plan is. You're able to eliminate a Kaid claw, or since there's no Kaid chosen for this round, the mute gemmers are very easy to find and know where to destroy them. But it does feed a lot of power into the defenders that if they do play the utility game properly, they do have the Wamai, so they'll be able to catch 5 projectiles.
Swapping mags! Drone is ready to go.
Saw a good example of using the breaching hammer to get the window open with you in combination, and hopefully we can see a beautiful dual peak between Livid as well as Recycle first. But no, it's gonna be Boo being lit up. I don't even know where these shots are coming from across the map. Pixel will be able to find the first kill onto Livid with a huge shot with the SMG-11, really showing his ability to control that recoil.
About a minute left in the round, and it's a 3v4 situation here for WCU, though Boo is unfortunately on some pretty low health there with the Collie. Cloud trying to bring it back, does manage to get 1, but Recycle first will quickly drop there as well. Boo maintaining positioning here with the rifle, firing off another chunky round there into this study sort of area, but unfortunately won't bring anyone down with it. Boo now slides in through that hole in the wall, still looking for a target down over by Master Bathroom, but no really target for showing here as the plant will start to go down, and they will go into a post-plant defense. A couple more rounds singing in there, but nothing connecting.
Post-plant situation, Boo firing out those 50 cal shots, whipping out the SMG secondary. Jesse Sidnai a little longer will luckily be able to shoot that toxic babe out of the air, as that certainly would have been his demise. And now shots through the ground, or sorry, through the wall. Kuma will fall, now down to a 1v3. Shots coming out. Famous will be able to confirm the round for his team. as that's going to be 2-0 for the defenders, certainly going against the norm of the attackers coming out on top.
It was a good plan. I'll give them credit for that. I mean, they slapped it down in the right position. They had decent coverage of it, considering that the players they had left. The Kali remains kind of an interesting choice here. Now, I understand bringing her along specifically for the basement site, just because those Shiva Lances are really good for clearing out util, right? And you can easily divest a defender of any real setup that they have on the other side of that wall. But gets a little bit trickier when you start getting in those close quarters gunfights, as I think was illustrated right there. I mean, obviously the Kali rifle, even with the changes that were made to it a while back, just remains a beast of a weapon, but it can be a little difficult to land those shots, and I think that didn't do any favors to Boo right there, who still put up a very valiant fight, all things considered. Now we go over to yet another site, and an interesting choice coming through again. It's Boo on the Fuse, old Fuse A. You don't see him very often these days, Binks, but they've made some changes to him. He can, I believe, blast through fortified walls now. Am I correct on that?
I do believe you are correct on that. I don't know the exact details. I played him very early on. He still is not revolutionary. It's not a rework that will completely change Fuse to make him seem like the most viable pick, especially not for a site like this, where you getting that vertical control, you've already secured the round. That Fuse cluster charge would just be a cherry on top, and most of the time, teams aren't even able to get that top floor control the way they need. But with the current setup from the defenders, it does seem that they are exactly going for what we expected. We have a solid top floor clear, but not the usual utility dump that we'd see, especially at the top of library, unless we are seeing a late setup. The Wamai Pucks, Jaeger, Aruni, it is the telltale sign. It's just a matter of if they are able to execute it properly.
This map that you would see on any sort of T3 team, right? You're up here on the top deck. You have that shield on the long site. The only thing that's a little bit different is they put Playboy behind that shield. Usually that's the position that would be taken by Squall on the Wamai, because he can continue to feed those magnets out there to hold that hallway up on the top deck. And right in the center of the screen there where that Surya gate is, that's going to be the choke point where fights will happen if a team is pushing through from this master bedroom side. Playboy already set up to be the point man there on the engage. Squall on the other side will be trying to contribute to that as well. As you see Cloud here not feeling very safe at the moment. I think kind of back checking there for a second before swinging the corner. Maybe could have used a drone here to help out, but in fact he'll just go for it. I think blind checking into that shield, and well, he will die.
Oh, that hurts to see, especially as a Thermite. You should not be the one going in for that first initial gunfight, let alone ever be the first to die for your round, as Lunar will also be able to pick up the head onto his cycle first. And it is a telltale sign that things are not going your way when the smoke canister is, or the Toxic Babe is deployed properly at the minute 20 mark, because we can see the diffuser down. That is so clearly viewed on Playboy's screen. He knows exactly what's going on, and a huge SMG-11 shot, as it's now all left up to Boo. He's on the Fuse with all 4 cluster charges remaining. Not an admirable place to be. He'll spray out, and even in this sort of gunfight, it's so hard for him to come out on top, because look, he's sprinting. You have to take that big old LMG and get it ready to fire. So he had no chance of even being able to win this gunfight. Huge shot, huge plays coming out for Toros.
A bit rough there at the end, unfortunately, for WCU. Colliding into one of the defenders right there as well was Boo. I don't think he quite expected Wamai to be in that deep, but he was. I think they might have been better served right there, Banks. Honestly, if they had just gone in straight through the library and just begun a really aggressive attack with those Fuse charges, just kind of cleared that area out and tried to push in from that direction. So many teams, though, really struggle to counteract that defensive setup to get past that hallway defense. It is not an easy challenge whatsoever, but it is super valuable to understand and to understand how to counteract it here on this particular map. But we will go back down to the basement again. The Toros, tempting fate one more time, will take the probably least favorite site on Chalet back under their wing and try and turn it into a victory once again. WCU showing us a very similar setup to last time. A couple of small changes here, but nothing really rocking the boat. Living on the Buck, though, I imagine will be given the responsibility of kind of clearing the top deck, securing Fireplace Hall. I do find the addition of Squall here on the Goyo relatively interesting. Did they have Goyo in on the last setup, Binks? I can't remember.
My memory has gone out the window, Korvik. However, I can offer up something else instead. So we talked about going vertical last time. WCU didn't do that. So I want to break this round down as we get into these early aspects of exactly what WCU could be doing with their utility. Buck does have that secondary hard breach device, meaning he can go completely separate than Claude. And there's the Cali Bolt. Playboy should be trying to trick it, but he has to get it on before that because of how much longer it will take for that detonation. Now with 2 minutes and 30 seconds, you want to leave one player max, and that should be Boo, because with that long angle 50 cal sniper, Lunar doing a phenomenal job eliminating the Ash. You got to make sure you're supporting them as they go in. But now as the attackers, they want to hold pressure 2 players max, which is what they're doing. He'll even get the down onto Lunar. Very safe for the revive. That could have been big brain if you got it onto the wall. But you want to be able to hold the pressure here, 1 player or 2 players, in order to really shift the focus. Vertical and then down. If you're going to completely boycott for wine, that is fine. You just have to have the general dictation of where you're going, and that's exactly what WCU is doing. So solidify your presence, make the defenders feel pinched now, and the round is yours.
Cloud has done a good job here of getting that top hatch open and kind of looking down here onto his enemies, but nobody really in the general area right now at the moment. Livid playing a little tight here around the door. I don't think feels super comfortable at the moment in that position. Squall has managed to pick up 1 kill and turn this into a 5v3. Still pressure to be had downstairs, but definitely a shift to the top deck right there. Recycle first gets clipped just a bit by Squall, who's going to use a C4 to open a wall. Oh my lord!
I haven't seen that since year 1.
Yeah, that's a new strat, and I love to see it. It's very entertaining to watch.
Very retro.
Out.
I'll give him.
We're on a basement site on Chalet, and we're blowing up walls with C4. It is as retro as can be. Nothing retro about that, though. Boo just lays one into Squall, who will go down. Playboy, though, still fighting here in the wine cellar, will not give it up without a fight.
Now down to a 2v2. Boo has the case in hand. He could be the one going for the defuse, and he will start to attempt it. Playboy gets the audio cue. He has a C4 in hand to use, but he swings out too aggressively. You got to play that a little bit more tame, as Recycle will come out on top. Now all left up to Puma. He has 45 seconds to make the retake, but it won't even matter as Boo has his name. We can see this nice, clean 50 cal shot. He really came alive on the Cali, and he showed he was a staple. He did not leave that garage door, and for good reason, because that's constant long angles that he can just hold down, making the entire garage site the danger zone for the defenders.
this man with his what is it, DMX? I can't remember what the Collie rifle is called. I'm pretty sure it's a DMX.
I think,
but he's giving me stress. He's stressing me out. He's using it at such close ranges. But I mean, if you're good enough to do it, hey, don't let me stop you. You go for that. You have as much fun as you want. But it spooks me every single time. And he does a good job. He did a great job with it right there to close that round. So credit where credit is due. We're going back to basement.
I don't understand it.
Do not want to give up on the dream. No, you know what? I don't necessarily understand it either. But is it? Sun Tzu, the ancient Chinese philosopher, once said, what is it? All men see the tactics by which I conquer, but not all understand the strategy behind it. So perhaps we're just out of the loop. Obviously, it didn't conquer last round, though, did they, Biggs? But maybe it'll go different this time. I mean, it did work the first time, so it's very much a site that's still in play here, regardless of how good or bad it is overall.
Well, as the dictionary once said, Korvik, the definition of insanity is trying the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. So I'm really hoping to see some switches in Toro's defensive lineup, especially focusing more on maintaining that vertical control as well. Because we've seen it's still a very one-sided attack coming out from WCU, where they go for the garage and then they come up to Fireplace. Very seasoned or very old Chalet. all you have to do to stop that is just play inside a bar. It's such a key pivotal point, and then you rotate around. Cade, you got to be on those. Thermite is already set up on the wall, and he should be able to get that unless we did hear the trick properly. They are baiting it out properly. I'm interested to see if they will be able to hold it. But there's Livid already taking out Lunar. I don't know how these gunfights are happening so fast. You have to be playing for more of a passive angle on Chalet.
Yeah, you're very right there. I mean, really, the defenders should have the advantage in terms of these gunfights. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite work out that way. I can't fault Lunar for trying to get aggressive, but I mean, you're going into the sites, you know, you've got a Kali on the other side, you've got a couple of hard-hitting guns right there. It's just not worth taking too many peeks. Squall here on the wide-ranging roam will come back through bathroom and piano to arc all the way back around. So this is a roundabout way of getting to Fireplace Hall, but will perhaps give him a position from which he can continue to fight this round. He's got company in the area, quite a ways away down those staircases. He doesn't quite realize that they are so close to one another, but it's Livid who takes the early shots, and Cobb's probably going out there to give him the info about where Livid's positioning as well, as Cloud has just jumped in and put the plant down. The old classic basement take right there, slam that bomb down and hope for the best, and this is a dangerous situation indeed.
Oh, beautiful shot from Cam. He'll be able to find the first. Squabble will be on the flank. He finds two. This could be the death, but they've already secured this blue. So previously, it would have been a lot easier for this retake. But now that they have the plant down, the Toxic Bag is unable to get that Ying. Squabble falling to the floor. You have time to go for the revive. You have to run across, and you have to be careful for that Kali. But 50 seconds to go. You are out of time, unable to take the garage. Well done to WCU. They did their job in really being able to clear it out. And look, it's all this one choke point. You get that plant. What is he expected to do? What can Famous Guy do? That's right, nothing but die. Claude will finish him off, and that will be WCU's second round, as they are actually looking down the barrel of a 3-3 split, which is not that bad.
Well, since we're all about, you know, quotes at the moment, I'll throw one more out there. You know, he who fights and runs away lives to fight another day, and you gotta know when to quit on a certain site. And I think they've realized right there over the side of the Toros that maybe basement isn't really in their interest, so they will go back up to a second floor master bedroom office, and I can't blame them for that decision at all. I think that is 100% correct right there. One of our fellow siege casters, Infernosis, does not like it when people play sites back to back. He thinks
And
that's
Chief.
Stagnation. Yeah,
And
Chief
Fellow.
as well. Yeah,
And me.
it's a lot of them. And a lot of them. I don't agree. I don't like it either. So it does
All
seem
of
like
us.
the
I
overwhelming
feel like it's a
opinion.
general
Yeah.
consensus then. Wow.
I agree. It's a little stagnation, and I think that anything stagnant in Siege kind of gets a little awkward and generally tends to favor the attackers just because by nature they have to be the more innovative side. But whether that is true or not, only time will tell here. But we have done the swap, and I appreciate the way they're setting up this defense, Banks. I really do kind of like it. I like what they're showing us. They've got a lot of projectile denial here. I'm curious to see whether or not they're going to have kind of a wide roam and what kind of impact that's going to have with Livid on that Nomad.
If we look, the projectile, look, soft destruction has gone out the window. I think they realized that with Chalet, soft destruction is only good if you're going at it from down below, which is a little bit concerning to see no Ash, because they were able to deal with the Mute Jammer quite proficiently in the past, but you can substitute that for a Kali quite easily, especially shooting up from the bottom of the floor. It is very effective that way as well, especially for Mute Jammers. So that is a good substitute, but let's hope they don't run into an unfortunate situation like Lunar. Was that from the Kali rifle?
It very well might have been. Yeah.
Wow, that is a very impressive shot to hit, and it could have been just a pre-fire through the wall. Great job with the damage being done, but look at this. Kali's out doing her job, holding down a long angle on that window, but because of that, you aren't able to get that soft destruction done, so you're going to have to hope you're able to use the 2.0 ping system or get those Twitch drones into the site. But now, 2 minutes remaining, no kills on the board. WCU needs to get into position as fast as possible and start taking that map control. Because as far as people on site go, they're very spread out, and I believe that's a 3-player on site mentality, or 4 4 on the second floor, all not really playing for each other's refrags. It's kind of hard to see a double peak coming out. So if they were to go with brute force, I do see this attack very well going towards WCU.
Well, they're trying that. At least Livid was trying that for a moment. Out comes the flash from the Ying. Camlu will push it on the back of that and easily secure the kill. Goes into another gunfight almost immediately. Kuma will go down. The quick trade there coming in from Samus. Guy Squall getting in on the action as well. A sudden cacophony of violence here on the top floor, and Squall adds another one to the tally. Lunar is very low on health, though, and will certainly have to play very safe to stay alive. Squall, on the other hand, who has 10 kills on the round so far, was able to slip away and come back, and again, he who runs away lives to fight another day, and Squall is about to re-engage here as they push back up to support Lunar on this top deck. Moving now through the master bathroom, swings out for a quick look into Piano, tries to play the pixel there for a second, no targets in sight. Livid is going for the plant on the bomb site itself. Here comes the turn around the corner, that's one down. Squall still alive, goes for the quick reload on the MP5K and looks to re-engage yet again. Now just Boo here to contest with, really tempted to go for that diffuser, but holds off. Temptation will not take them. Boo annihilates Lunar as they come through the door, and this is a difficult situation indeed for Squall.
Plant will now be attempted by Boo. Squall looking to get his 4th on the round and a clutch play for his team. He has the information. He has 2 impacts. However, Boo is still at full health, so the impacts will not be enough. He'll toss one out. Not going to plant too much. Boo knows he has to stick the plant. Swing coming out. He has the time to jump out, but there's the quad kill from Squall. He'll have a quick and easy defuse as Toros take the half 2-4 with the advantage.
Bomb defusing attempt failed.
Round from Squall honestly really came to life there for the team just when they needed him to, and a very solid pickup there on that last defensive round. All credit as well to Boo, who played that so calm and so confidently with those impact grenades raining down around him. He knows he's got his enemy just outside the door waiting to push in. It all came down to that final sort of cataclysmic gunfight. Boo unfortunately could not pull out the win, but a lot of credit to be given to the attacker as well as the defender in that scenario, as now the sides will swap. WCU gets their chance to start off on the traditionally easier side here, the defense, and they are showing us a couple of interesting picks. My personal favorite, of course, is the Rook sandwiched in there between the 2 Italians. What do you make of that, Binks? I don't know what to read on a Rook these days.
A baguette pasta sandwich, to be precise. Although it's a bit more inverse. It would be like a pizza with baguette on top. I guess we could even go for that. I don't know what to make of it. Well, you know what? They're all like, that's 2-3 armors. What do you expect from them? It's 2-3 armors. Alibi needs, like, Alibi saying, you know what? I'm gonna feast tonight. But in all seriousness, looking at this operator selection, all these impacts, it's questionable. I'm interested to see how they're going to make it work out. It could be the 2.0 magnification that they want, the information that Maestro brings. But in this case, why would you ever bring the Maestro over the Valkyrie when Valkyrie gives you 3 cams? Maestro cams are so easy to disable now unless you have them in a spot where the attackers simply cannot get to them. With the change in just meta, it's one of those more questionable things.
Yeah, I agree with that assessment. The thing about Rook, I think, is just that the way that armor now works, right? Essentially, kind of, if I remember correctly, gives you health, not really damage mitigation. Is something that I think a lot of people, yeah, it's something that a lot of people are still playing around with. And it does have potential, I think, and obviously, you know, Rook does have some good guns to call upon, so experimenting with him is not necessarily a bad choice at all.
I see the big brain.
Oh, do you? What enlighten?
What is Cali's sniper's 1 counter, Corbeck?
Oh, you're right.
Oh,
wow.
We figured it out.
Probably should have clocked that a little bit earlier. Still, I don't know. If you
for anyone who's watching, we're kidding. We knew the entire time. We're just trying to lead. We want you guys to come to the conclusion on your own. You're supposed to be yelling at your monitor saying, "I know," and these guys don't. I know this, and that's probably a good thing. But now we have fireplace control.
Viewers, that's what we're all about.
Lunar is on the hunt. I do believe that is Recycle getting tracked down. There's the first kill from Lunar. He's on a hunt, and might I add, all on his own. 2 individual gunfights without even a possible refrag while open. This seems like an entire 3-dimensional chessboard, as we have different things going on all over the place and you can't look at it all at once. So trying to take a deeper step back to understand it, their Squall, he is going to be able to find Cam. The defenders already falling apart, as Sight only has 2 people remaining. If Recycling can have a successful flank here though, it could spell the difference for the round.
Reloading.
Squall will hop on the Rotero there and send that out, just seeking. That's going to be one Evil Eye camera destroyed as easy as you please. Unfortunately not being manned, so it will not have an opportunity to destroy the drone before it gets there. Recycle will pick up a kill though. Kuma does go down. Livid picks up one very easily. Squall, perhaps a little too bold, a little too brave, just goes for the wide swing on the door and gets eaten for it. Livid now on the Rook, kind of the anchor position for the squad here, hiding behind the desk in office. It's a 3v3 situation, about 30 seconds left on the clock.
Cycle's still getting tracked. Poor guy's been tracked all day, but he has Lunar's number. Goodbye to his head. He is now relegated to the bench for the rest of the round as 18 seconds tick, as the attackers have lost all control that they previously gained. Playboy now down. Famous guy last alive. He's gonna go for an immediate stick, but you are too vulnerable, my friend. He'll find one onto Livid. He needs to find both Claude and Recycle. With 3 seconds, he has no option. Claude, just peek him. That's a free kill, and he'll find it. There it is, 3-4. Solid hold off from the defenders. Really comes in the fault of the attackers not watching each other's backs.
Yeah, that's part of the problem, I think, to a certain extent. I mean, we can also talk about how, we saw the roamer kind of just being run around the entire time and how much energy maybe was being directed towards that and whether that necessarily was as much energy as was really needed. But regardless, just a couple of small mistakes, I think, on the side of the Toros contributing to that overall win there by WCU, who, looked pretty good, but they're now going down to Wine Cellar and Garage, and we can't seem to shake this one tonight, Vinks, and I'm all here for it. I mean, I do think the site is very entertaining. It's just strategically perhaps not as viable, but we beat that horse. We beat that horse to death.
We talked about unconventional Jaeger, Mozzie, Kaid, Rook. Man, I have not seen Bandit in time. It's so very reminiscent. But we're with Cali Thatcher off the board. Cali is the one that we're now turning to. Cali and Flores, which do a phenomenal job together, and especially with no mute on the board, that wall is almost guaranteed. So you need to basically say, okay, what are we going for? Do I want to basically sacrifice the Cade or the Bandit? Cade is obviously the better pick here, because if you go Cade mute, you now deny the Flores. You might be giving up the gun power of the MP7, but the MP5S or X, I can't remember exactly what the name is still a very capable weapon. So interesting to see how they're going to try to deny this, because the moment that an RC Rotero drone will come through that hole or the little drone hole in the breach, what is Claude going to do? He can't do nothing.
No, you can't trick with the Roteros either. I mean, that's the harsh truth. You're really missing the mute here. But already the Lance is coming in. That swap floor
Cade's watching it,
but they're not worried about it at all. Claude will actually get the plant down, so they will not succeed on this initial go. As once more they will try and do it with the Kali Lance, but it is getting tricked relatively well.
My God!
Cloud is keeping the defense up, and that's both of the exothermic charges there, 8 on the wall. So it will not be vulnerable to the breach. The Toro's not able to secure the opening. And so Claude is successful.
That's 2 down. You need Cormac, I'm realizing the way we grew up on Siege, that wall, that thermite trick, the bandit trick, that complete separate mid game. It's its own side quest in the round. A lot of these newer players, or even if these guys are experienced the game, a lot of current players have fallen out of that meta because that side quest is never really needed because the trick isn't there as much. So that is why the bandit of Claude, who is expecting the bandit trick, and he knows he has his wingman Abu to back him up with that drone hole, he is all ready to go. And we forgot to mention that Mozzie does counter Flores. Although he is very able to switch around with regular drones, a very smart play. But now to the thick of the round, as there are relatively few, if not any, defenders on the roam, allowing for now these attackers to go for more of a flood mentality push.
Well, it certainly puts a lot of pressure on the IGL to call this as it is, but you see the coverage coming in right there. Kuba does secure a kill, but it'll be Squall who gets one more as they push in through the back door. Lunar in position here as well. So all bodies on deck here as they fight their way into the wine cellar. They're not watching Connector, though. Out of blue comes the shots. Cam picks up another one. Cam in big fashion right there for the triple kill. That's everything on the shoulders of Famous Guy in a 1v3. And, well, I don't want to write him off just yet, Binks, but usually these do not go the way of the one.
Famous Guy, you got my vote. I'm rooting for you. Let's see if you can put... Oh, no. He's not even getting recycled first. He's going straight to compost because that body is already old and decomposing. Recycle first makes very quick work. I'm actually a very big fan of that round for WCU. They really monopolized the basement. They understood the push. They understood exactly what Toros were going for. And they played around that. They played into it. They had resources ready to allocate. And that's why they've been able to bring this map back to 4-4. If you're watching us from the beginning, they definitely expected for it to be. I was expecting a quick blowout with those 3 opening rounds.
Yeah, I think that was in a kind of unforeseeable outcome, right? The thing that I think about that was, as much as it was WCU being relatively canny about how they were defending that basement side, I do think that the Toros probably, there was a little bit of tactical inflexibility right there that cost them, I think, a large portion of that. If they had just gone for a little bit more verticality, tried to force some of that floor open above, and kind of denied the kind of comfy playing fields that we saw from some of those defenders, I think that would have been much harder for them to hold on to that site in the way they did. But if wishes were fishes, the sea would be full. It's not the way it went. So it is not the way it went. WCU really trying to come back hard here on the defense, and I do think it's worth pointing out things that both of these teams feel very kind of defensively oriented as squads, which isn't necessarily surprising, but is always interesting to know.
That's very different than what we normally see. Normally with a team, the attack is what comes first because you don't need as much preparation. So either that speaks to these teams' unpreparedness on the attacking side, or to just the sheer defensive capability, or maybe I'm just wrong and the current meta is just so very defender-sided. I would like to think that these teams are very defender mentality, because we saw that on the attacking side as well. So that's where my bet would lie. These teams have gone for those defensive preparations, that they are a lot more comfortable on that end because they feel that they're in more control, rather than if they were to shift that mentality to when they're on attack, people to say, hey, I guess we should take control when we're on attack. This is what I would want to see. Recycle first. He's on the roam again. That's something they're going to have to deal with relatively fast. And, oh, man, this Jackal's coming alive. Boo, though, you're on site. That's not too dangerous of a track. It's relatively safe, and you also give Cam a chance to rotate back. It's not you checked the wrong person.
Yeah, unfortunately, you kind of did, because you wanted one of the roamers and you didn't get it, and that's fine. I mean, you can continue as it is. There we go. There's a pickup. Cam Louie now feeling a little bit of the pressure, and you can just see the kind of, not necessarily panic, but a nuisance that a Jackal is when you get tracked by it. You have no choice but to start moving. Cloud there getting knocked down in a very dangerous position, could be dropped quite easily if there's follow-up. The sea floor coming up there won't get anyone. Livid, however, will pick up a kill. You also see that Cloud is now finally out. They did finish him off when he was in the down state. Boo there throwing out that little bit of toxic goo sound warning, really. Forces Lunar to back up. Lunar has used all their pigs here, so there will be no more tracking coming out from them as Cam Louie continues to pump some shots through the wall there, just trying to deter any other attacker from coming down that back staircase now that the sound cue is gone. Livid hold up over there in the dining room as well. Cam Louie playing a bit of a dangerous game here with potentially open window on multiple sides, with Boo now trying to get a shot through the vertical, and this is turning out to be a bit of a complicated scenario here at the end.
caught on the rotate. There goes Boo. Big shot from Lunar. 34 seconds. We're starting to see this big collapse from the attackers. They have the man advantage to work on. They have the utility to dump, as all that Cam had to do there was just spray through the wall, but now he is still stuck in that recovery position. In case you were wondering why are they not planting because of how much old meta we've been seeing on this Chalet game, is because Trophy is no longer the site. You have to come around to the dining side. There's a big shot from Livid. Rotate back up. Recycle making his way back. We have to see Taurus get into the site for the plant, but they are stuck. All the WCU has to do is just delay for the time, and they will do that successfully, as that is going to be the defenders maintaining their advantage in round count, going up 5-4.
The attackers was just never able to convert their momentum into actual site control. That was really where things broke down. They did a good job, I think, of getting to a position where they could very much threaten the site. It's just they never really were able to get a foot through the door. The defenders were just a little too tightly wound for them to find any cracks, and that's exactly why we saw the Toros kind of get stalled out there, especially coming down that back staircase from Solarium into Trophy. There was just no really room to move. Now we move on to Master Bedroom Office. It will be Maestro and Alibi, the two Italians popping out again. Livid now on the Valkyrie, pretty much permanently at this point in time, it seems, which is a very valid choice indeed. They will also be forsaking Kali on the side of the attackers. We have not seen her come out anymore. Playboy picking up a buck here, so that soft destruction in, and Lunar still on the Jackal. So the roam game still going to be a bit challenging here for WCU. Not that I would say Binks has made a particularly nasty knock in them so far, if that last round is anything to go by, but just the constant pressure of the Inox is something that no team can really effectively ignore. Well, take a... oh, there you are.
I'm still here. I'm lost in thought. I'm interested. We haven't really seen that bar and trophy. No, sorry, bar and game room. Sorry, bar and game room. That's only one of the sites that we've seen it once, and I've just been waiting for the chance to break that site down, but none of these teams are opting to go there, which is quite interesting, because that's one of the sites that I see to be most defender-sided and most comfortable, but these teams aren't really opting to go for extension defenses, and I think that's the biggest part that we've been missing to this entire game. The extension game is not what they're looking to play. They're looking to play reserved and on site, waiting to pounce and strike. So taking that into consideration now, everything makes more sense. On the attacker side, they are really looking to just throw everything onto site. So, with that being said, let's see if this partial extension from the roamers on the side of Toros will work out.
A little bit of peekies with the drone right there, just trying to get an idea of where these defenders are set up. Livid has that beautiful black eye camera placement right there. We'll just feed intel back, and again, this is why we talked about her being banned, or at the very least why somebody would bring an IQ along to prevent that exact scenario. Recycle here playing tight at the top of the library stairs, looking in and down, but won't find anything. Boo there will get the initial picks. Recycle picks up one more. That's Lunar and Squall both down, and that is a nasty start to this round for the side of the Toros.
Minute 35 now to go. They don't have the man advantage. They're really down, but it's not over yet. If they are able to properly clear out this choke point and turn their attention towards site before the 1 minute mark, I am very confident they are able to make it work. They have the hard breach. They have the ash. You can go down below. You play this properly with your utility. This round is still yours to win.
Very much so. I don't think they're out of the woods at all on either side. Playboy trying to put a couple of shots in there. Won't find anyone with it. Good swing on the door, though. We'll get Livid instead, and Livid is down and out. Now the swing in again from Playboy. He'll find one more. The gun of the Buck just sitting there in the hands of the player, but Boo and Recycle continue to be the little squadron of death, and it'll be Boo who picks up another one. The Alibi playing off library stairs annihilates Ash and then adds Buck to the pile as well, because why not in that situation? So a violent conclusion to that round there for WCU, who pushed themselves onward to match point here on this first map of Chalet. did not necessarily see it was going to go this way, all things considered. The folks from Dominguez Hills looked like they were going to take this one and run with it, but it did not pan out in that fashion. WCU has done a very good job of fighting back here.
I'm a fan of it. Something I'm even more a fan of is the operator selection that we have been able to see in this game. Lion and Echo. There goes my talking point. And Blackbeard, though, Nerfbeard. That's one I don't understand. Nothing's been done to him recently besides the fact that he is. It's not even paper. It's more paper. Like, no, it's not constructed. What's the one that tissue paper? There, that's what it is. It's no longer. It's tissue paper now. It can't even hold up. You can't even make origami with Blackbeard's shield anymore. It is just so very flimsy.
True.
I question the pick. 12 flashes, 9 breaches. I don't know if that's the glitch. Let's try to count this out because I know we have had a bug.
It's a lot. It's a lot. No, you're not wrong. I think it might be a glitch. I'm not entirely sure, but regardless, it's a lot of destructive util. It's a lot of throwables in there as well. And no, it's not quite right. I think it's close, but no cigar. It's
close.
9 and
It's
6.
9.
Yeah, it's off by 3, but still a lot to deal with there on that front. But I don't think it's anything that's gonna really be telling here. That said, I mean, if they can, yeah. Just take the Yang at that point in time. I mean, if they can leverage the verticality here with the breaching charges, though, and maybe get Fuse in a good position,
Why
they
is
can
he the
perhaps
entry?
do something. I don't know. Actually, I don't have a good answer for you on that one. I think because he's eager to get set up here in Fireplace Hall, but he's effectively putting himself in pretty significant danger here, and
This
they're
could be the
not
clear.
clearing top down either.
If he gets his fuse charge down, that is a guaranteed wall removal, but he has to make sure his teammates are in place, which I don't believe they are. They're following behind his footsteps. This could have been such a big play, but instead it's turning into a misstep as both the players on the defensive side of WCU will now be rotating back. Highly unfortunate, but now a minute 50, they have not gotten the clear. They're setting themselves up for a very horrible bloody sandwich inside of this game. They might not even make it down to the site. Korbeck, I am afraid that this round might already be over before it's begun.
They still haven't picked up Recycle. That's the big problem, and he will get a kill off of that. That said, Famous Guy does take out Boo, so it's not over yet. Cloud is down. That'll be the fuse charge that gets it. But from the top deck, the problem continues to be Recycle first. Recycle first trying to make it stick, but he doesn't have the gun skill to pay the bill right there. And that means that the Toros have probably secured this site in a rather improbable circumstance. It really didn't look like this was going to go in their favor. Livid here, kind of the final defender, looking down towards concrete where there is one person hiding. A brief exchange of gunfire right there will put neither of them down, but Livid is running out of space and running out of time here and will get shot in the back by Squall, who swings in and closes it down. And that just goes to show you, things don't count your chickens before they hatch right there.
They were set up so wonderfully. If only they
really
had the information. That was such a possible blunder on the Toros. But let me give you a hypothetical. We've been doing so much theory crafting. Our hypothetical being, if they played more into that information game, instead of having those Valkyrie cameras surrounding the site, use them to know the entry point. These teams haven't been going for the rotates. The power of Valkyrie is that you can put them anywhere. You want to make sure that when you place those Valkyrie cams, that the defensive note anywhere on the map is where they can be spotted. You don't want to be, for example, throwing a Valkyrie camera in that storage connector, because let's say they have a Dokumi on that board. Whenever you check that camera, it's almost always going to hinder you. You want your Valkyrie cams to constantly be feeding relevant information. For example, have one on the exterior side of the garage, basically feeding information of whether or not there are players there. I remember back in the day, we used to go for those cameras that would be able to watch the garage and basically tell us what side. Before we were good at thermite tricking, or bandit tricking as it's called, we used to just sit watching the Valkyrie left, right, left, right. And that's exactly what you could use the Valkyrie cam for in this place. Or better yet, Fireplace, to know that there's players. Because those black eye cameras will give you crystal clear audio.
Seconds
Maestro
left
cams,
before
you have to open up the sheet to hear the audio. Bulletproof are actually probably one of the best sources for audio too. That's something a lot of teams don't actually take in consideration. You can hide a bulletproof and use it as an audio source, and it won't be spotted out. So very interesting thing that teams haven't really started to pick apart yet. Regardless, 2 minutes 45, last round in regulation, as this map really has gone the mile.
WCU trying to just close it out here. They don't want to be forced into overtime at map 1 by the Toros, who are certainly positioned to do exactly that. And I say that, Lunar dead instantaneously. Cloud there giving him the old Viking crew cut right away with the Vector, and that is the Jackal off the board. Boo, though, nearly returned to the grave, and instead there's a team kill. Famous Guy, unfortunately, picks up Playboy in the excitement of that, and will leave both Cloud and Boo with nearly full health remaining. The C4 comes sailing over the top into Library. It won't find anyone. Boo is down now, and Cloud continues to hide out here next to the books and very low health
Cloud.
indeed.
Don't move,
Squall
Cloud.
is down. Yeah, he should not come out from his position. He's in relatively good spot. He's also got Famous Guy just watching. They will secure the kill. It's Kuma comes swinging in through the window and picks that one up, but a 2v3 here.
Good use of the information. This is exactly what you want to do as soon as you have gotten things back down to an obtainable man coverage. Don't waste time. Give that information to your team. Boo and Claude, although they are on the... Sorry, not Boo and Claude. Although Lunar, Playboy, and Sval are all on the bench, they are all able to watch these drones. They can all be watching these cameras, feeding information, and that is probably one of the most important things to do. Stop watching your teammates and watch the drones. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, ever since they made that observer update, we can chastise people for not watching their drones a lot easier. But there's some drone watching going on here. They are trying to feed their team forward. They're also keeping an eye on, at least Lunar is watching, I think, a flank drone there, making sure nobody can sneak up on him. But less than a minute left here. Famous Guy inching their way across the Fireplace Hall balcony. He does see that open wall or the wall and considers opening it. Kuma coming swinging in on the opposite direction, checking down on the piano, but there's nobody there either. Goes back to the hole they opened and tries to play that kind of vertical angle down. Nobody really there for it again. Another shot coming out here, and a little bit of indecisiveness here, causing some problems at the moment.
Famous needs to find a pick very, very fast because not the Legion, sorry. I believe that is Recycle First who is up above. I was actually not able to catch which operator that was. If they just hold their position, there's the Jaeger of Recycle First down on the stairs. If he's able to hold their position properly, they have such a beautiful stalemate, bit of an intimate moment, but a huge triple kill coming out from the Ash. Recycle First will be able to connect onto Famous Guy. Now we're gonna have to see the ace clutch. Not that much time to do it. There's Recycle First with his second, as we're gonna see the first map over and done with. That is a huge way for WCU to end it off. Recycle First really showing up on that Jaeger.
Yeah, it was a solid round there for WCU to bring that back, because like you and I both said right at the start of that, it didn't look like WCU was in a very good position. The Toros really dictating the pace of those early rounds, but then the folks from Western Colorado University put the heat on right there and never really gave the Toros much of a chance to breathe. And credit to them for pushing in, but it did not work out. Still, more maps to play here, Binks. We're not done yet on the evening. We're going to take a brief break, and we'll be back with map number 2 right after that. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to NECC Rainbow Six Siege Challengers Division. It's Western Colorado University versus Cal State University Dominguez Hills, and the Mountaineers have put one over on the Toros here to start things off on Chalet. Coming back from behind, I'm Corbeck, joined by Binks here, and it was a heck of a map over there on Chalet that we saw.
It really was, and it really came down to teams' inability to play into their extension on their setups. They were very reserved, maybe going for that offset single or two single roamers. Going on to the second map of Clubhouse, which I will say is Tora's map pick, it is very, very important to make sure that you have that advancement, that you are watching each other's back. On Clubhouse, you have the ability to rotate to each other, and I say that you should keep a 3 to 4 second rule, meaning that you should, at most, whenever you're roaming, never be more than 4 seconds apart from your partner. Because Corbeck, after 3 seconds, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that is when I say that information becomes irrelevant. So if you give a call on someone after you die, give it 3 seconds maximum before the information becomes completely invalid, as they could be somewhere else. You could have a whole bunch of others, attackers, now in that situation as well.
That does tend to be the common rule that a lot of people will spout. I think it's about 3 seconds is how long information is valid for, but always a bit hard to say. I mean, it is situational, but I do agree with you in the main, right? You have to support your fellow kind of roamers. You have to go ahead and play for trades, but WCU here will start off on the defense. So the Toros are taking the attack, and I think we saw that both of these sides are very defensively favored. I don't think that's going to change going back to kind of an old stomping ground like Clubhouse. Even with the minor changes that were made to this map, it's nothing so significant that I feel like it's inherently changed the way it looks, or I should say the way it plays, really. You see the Thatcher getting banned, the Jackal getting banned, both very reasonable, kind of not uncommon bans right there. A little bit of, obviously, the hard breach now and the roam now. Cade going out as well on the board to try and take those Electra Claws down, and that just leaves us with one final defender ban here coming out from WCU.
Oh, Aruni.
That's an interesting one.
I have not seen that ban in quite a while, and it will shift things up considerably. Let's start with the attacker side. We saw Thatcher and Jackal. That does leave Maverick on the board, meaning that no hard wall is safe. One of the most detrimental parts about Clubhouse is the fact that you have, let's see, that lead to site. Basically, we have one for each site, except for bar, where we have the stock, or not the stock wall, the CCTV wall. We have the construction tunnel wall, as well as jacuzzi. Maverick can cut through all of those. A proficient Maverick player would actually be able to cut through all 3 of those with the canisters, or depending on how proficient he is with his blow torch. Now, Valkyrie is remaining in play. Clubhouse is a map where there are plenty. I've lost count of how many good Valkyrie camp spots are on this map, and I guarantee you won't be able to find all of them without the help of AIQ, which is once again not being opted to be chosen by the attackers. So with the current meta, we're still once again going back to that retro siege, where you're gonna be able to see teams have a lot of comfort in the information they're feeding, which should theoretically, Corbeck, and I don't know if this is going to come into fruition, should theoretically allow for some very aggressive roams or extensions.
Yeah, I don't disagree. It is interesting to see 2 very powerful defensive operators still in play here, which is Mira and Valkyrie, who have kind of been sort of the 1 and 2 bands in a lot of T3 leagues, at least in terms of overall operator choices, but we'll see both of them here. At the moment, just Valkyrie making an appearance, but I can't imagine that Mira may be far behind on some of these other sites. It's a very CCTV-oriented attack, though, as you would probably expect. The Toros immediately getting bodies in position to make this go. There is the bandit there, and they're just going to open up that hole in the top, and obviously the temptation is going to be for the frag grenades to go through. The attempted C4 there from Cloud will not get the kill there, and that is a bit unfortunate indeed, and I think that frag grenade was slightly misplaced, but it's okay. They'll still get the wall open anyway on the back of the exotherm.
2 minutes, 15 seconds. They have the wall open. That's plenty of angles for them to now watch. It's all about their ability to now get this map control. That means clearing out Livid, clearing out Recycle, once they have that garage, really turning their attention towards site. There does not look like a Claymore set up, and that C4 might be able to connect, but nope. We are going to see Kuma be able to survive to see another day on that Maverick with this M4. Minute 50, it is way too quiet, but what is this? Why have the garage been left unreinforced? Livid, you are just asking to be stuck here as the cross angle is now very easily obtained.
It's a very non-traditional garage defense. Usually the player who is in Livid's position will be up in the rafters. Livid is droned out here, so in a very dangerous spot indeed. Getting shot at from multiple angles here as well. Nothing about this is favorable for the defender. Livid somehow still alive after all of that. Manages to fall back into the lounge and will hold there at least temporarily. Could even secure a kill here. No. Playboy denies that attempt, comes swinging through the door and just shuts them down, and you can't blame him there. Really a dangerous position for Livid to be in, and they were suitably punished for it.
Claude, he's on the bandit. He has his tight angle and he is holding on to it with his life as he is unable to swing around the corner, knowing that the moment he does, he is going to be the line of sight of Famous Guy, who was previously holding out on that CC ledge. Swinging out, he'll try to find a man, but not able to line up any shots. But he's doing his job. He is delaying the time, just waiting. Zofia concussions coming out. Claude will be hit by one. Beautiful cross. Won't be able to hear the vault in from Squall. And now they have site control as Cam is forced to rotate back. Famous going for the plant. Lunar finding one, and that's a flawless round to start things off. A masterclass execution.
Well, the Toros there chiming in, letting them know that they might be down after that chalet map, but they are certainly not out. They will not give this one up without a fight, and a flawless round on top of all of that. A very decisive series of kills right there. Just good coordinated gunplay coming into effect and really putting the pressure on the WCU players. There was not a spot on that map, I think, where any of them felt particularly safe. They will immediately vacate CCTV and go down to Church Arsenal instead, and I think that's a very wise decision. That CCTV site has become something of a poisoned chalice, as I called it the other day. It's a bit tempting, but in actuality can be quite bad for the defenders in a lot of scenarios, such as the one that was just illustrated for us here. Be much more interesting, I think, Binks, to see how they set up their defense down here in the basement. It's not going to be a roam. They definitely don't have the tools for that. No SSG style defense here.
Maybe it will be.
Maybe it will be. They've deployed a lot of bodies up to the top deck. I mean, I don't think you have the tools for it, but you certainly could force it if that is what you so desire. It just may not be the ideal.
I'm a bit worried. It is very reminiscent of old Siege, what we're seeing, which ultimately I'm a fan of it. It's very refreshing. But the reason why it's called Old Siege is oftentimes not because it's better or reminiscent or historic, but because better ways have been found of dealing with certain problems. And we've seen new operators introduced which shake up the meta. And failure to use those operators, failure to incorporate what is considered new is so very crucial. And there, Cam, this is dangerous. You have Twitch at the window. You're trying to get that hatch reinforced. Lunar, how do you not line that up? That's already such a worrisome interaction to start off this first round. But there's a lot of room for improvement. Squall.
Yeah.
He's in bar. What? What are these interactions? What are these? Oh my goodness.
Oh,
that was a nice shot.
There.
That's good information.
Yeah.
That's how you have to play.
That is good intel. That is good intel. That's a kill you don't see very often there. Catching somebody out through the stairs window. That's rare right there on a veritable Articuno of kills. Recycle first here, coming down the staircase, the back stairs, I should say, leaning up. Livid does have more black eyes in place, and they are just keeping an eye down towards Oil Pit, but really defenders have kind of gotten whacked in other places, and the actual anchors have yet to really be challenged in this particular scenario. Livid will push into Moto. The Moto hatch still remains strong above them. They haven't moved either the Maverick or the Thermite into a position where they could take that Moto hatch down, Banks, which is a bit of a slow play here with 1 minute and 20 seconds left.
There's no Cade. You have a Thermite. You have a Maverick. There's really no excuse. You have to have those things open and ready to go by this point. Have that vertical pressure, especially when it's a 5-man and there's no one on the row.
Defenders have located a bomb.
This extension from Recycle being able to actually come up these blue stairs is very, very worrisome, because the moment that a push comes out, the roles then once again become swapped, and you're gonna have to go and retake from Recycle. We saw him have some absolutely deadly pushes in the past, as the players of Toros have now rotated towards the secret tunnel. Recycle will be spotted out on his flank above, taking a little bit of damage, but that is still the biggest part of this challenge. Famous Guy now using his exothermic charge. I'm losing my words, but that is 30 seconds. We are once again going to see a choke push. If this is properly able to be held, then this will be a completely different round, and the defenders, with every single second, have more and more opportunity as Recycle will find one. Famous Guy now down on the ground, 15 seconds. They have to get this plant. Claude now lit up to 10 health. He'll be able to win out his gunfight. Now down to a 2v3 as the roles have completely swatched. Double kill for Livid. All lived up to Playboy. He's the last one left, nowhere near sight. And WCU will be able to pull it out. Livid even confirming the kill. Playboy's going for the plant. Quick swing from Recycle. Hadn't he worried for a small second. Well played to the defenders. The attackers cannot allow themselves to stall out that much with such a great men advantage.
Yep, you're exactly right. It is just too slow. It was just too slow. It took them too long to take advantage of the advantage that they had. And by the time that they were finally able to put the pieces into motion, the defenders had already kind of clocked what was going on and were well placed to counteract that attack. So the Toros not able to finish off right there what very much looked like it could have been a victory in their direction. And WCU gets a much needed win here to bring the score up to 1-1, just to demonstrate that after that flawless round, they're still very much in contention here. They are not getting kind of swept aside. Boo coming out on the Bandit as we make our way over to Gym Bedrooms. So another new site making its appearance now. And you'll see, I think, probably the Bandit charges, the Bandit batteries going back down on the Jacuzzi wall, and a full reinforced to logistics. That is not very common. Essentially, you are surrendering control of logistics right there if you choose to make that double reinforce on the money closet wall, but some teams will try and play it like this, so more credit to them. It certainly means that if a player is trying to push in from logistics, their work is infinitely harder, but a non-traditional defensive setup, for lack of a better word. And also, Binks, I'll add, they don't have a Mira along for the party, which I think is just a bit of an overstep. She's so good on this site. This is probably one of the best Mira sites in the game.
In case you're wondering, Mira, how? Are you going to put it separate in the sites? No. You have such a powerful position. You have the option, and I've seen teams, you can either go for the extension to CC, throw a Mira onto that wall, but now with the shattered glass rework, you can oftentimes opt to go all the way. You place one inside a bathroom, and you're going to take the reinforcements off. So look, 0 reinforcements, and there's no CC extension because they use them all on site. You oftentimes want to cut down your reinforcements on site and throw it over to the CC side. By taking one off of the bathroom, you can take both of them off the Jacuzzi wall, open up a line of shots, because that will allow for you to just have a clear line of sight. The defenders, or so the attackers can't push through. Second one, being inside the logistics, looking into construction. You can then watch from there as you plan to give up that CC extension, but you have so much control watching over the rotate back from the attackers if they're trying to rotate through construction. It gives you two very powerful line of sights, and we both know that the windows going into bedroom are not viable either. So it just sets up multiple kill boxes, and now we're going to witness the full effect of not properly setting yourself up to hold down cash room. Regrettably, it does not look like Toros have gone for extensive clears. They can hold out red, and it's giving Recycle First a lot of opportunity here to get into the proper cover that he needs. But look at this, he's already lit up to 10 health. Shots being fired through, lit through the wall. There's the buck shots. Lunar will find the kill, and all of that utility on the side of cash room has now gone to waste from an informal commit.
It is very true. I mean, it didn't go to waste, as you said. I mean, it slowed him down a little bit. It's taking him out to 1:20. Boo will pick up a kill here, watching down towards Jacuzzi wall, but nobody really taking advantage of the fully reinforced logistics right now either to maybe set up a push from that direction. They certainly won't now that Famous Guy is dead. They have no real hard breach left to speak of. Kuma, I guess, could Maverick a hole in it, but it seems unlikely at this stage as Playboy is dropped next. Livid, though, checks the window and gets killed. Squall now just trying to play very aggressively through these windows, actually trying to bounce grenades through. That is a bold play indeed as Cam Louie picks up another one. Cloud getting in on the action as well. It's a 2v1, and you just see the outline of Sophia right there. Cam, with the easiest kill of his life, pops up around the corner of the gym equipment and just puts the shot into the head. Nothing to be done about it, and another decisive win here for WCU.
They are on the defensive side. They have a lot more control. So if you are a Toros fan, you don't have to worry too much. There's still a very solid amount of opportunity for them to come back in this game. If they were even get a second round, a 4-2 split is good for Clubhouse. So 3-3, it is almost considered an advantage now on the switch. You should be winning all four. But what is this? I know we had a small rework for this bar site, but this is the first time I see it. And Oryx is a very valuable operator to have in this case because of his ability to traverse the floors, jumping up hatches. The only defensive operator that can do that. And unlike Amaru, who can only go up hatches 4 times and uses 4 times maximum, and that uses one of her Gera hooks, then
Attackers have located a bomb.
he can just constantly traverse. He's basically the resident Kool-Aid man, really taking the title away. He took the title away from Sledge, to be quite honest. No one says, oh yeah, like Oryx. But hey, I'm interested to see how this will work out. They are once again opting for the very reinforced mentality without much denial. So attackers will have a lot more freedom to play around with the reinforcements the way they want. I don't know. I can't offer much expertise on this site, Corvac, because the last time I saw it was during a meme match that I watched on PS4 console. Like console
Well,
leaks.
it's new. I mean, it's new. It has changed. It's not as I mean, Bar Stock used to be the probably one of the least played sites in the entire game of Rainbow Six Siege, right? Just it was an ultimate meme site. You could maybe make the argument that Bar Stage, as we see it now, is more. I mean, certainly more defensible.
It's very.
Is it better? Like, it seems just very open, and I think that's the thing that would scare me the most. There's so many kind of angles that defenders could or attackers could take on you here that I don't think I'd ever feel particularly comfortable in any one part of this room.
You're vulnerable to vertical for the most part, if I remember correctly. I don't. For the most part, you should be vulnerable to vertical. And in case you're wondering where Cloud just rotated through, there is a rotated the back of site too. So you have the opportunity, if you were to be placing shields, if you were to really stagger utility to block that part off or to set up a one-way angle for strip. There are a lot of different viable options, but that's something that you have to really play with and not allow for the attackers to get into a very solidified area. Because there you go, construction being forfeited. Look at this second floor take. They have all these players on stairs. They have the ability to drop through hatch, and it turns Barnstock into a kill box. That has always been the problem with the site, your ability to just crush in on it. Basement, you don't have to worry about it as much because you're stuck on the bottom floor, but you are on the middle, which makes things 10 times harder.
Well, I would say that the Toros have done a relatively good job of securing the vertical play, but are they able to capitalize on that success? 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock, and this has been a time frame, I think, where we've seen the Toros sometimes stall out a little bit so far tonight, and you'll see that swing from Livid coming in there, won't get the kill down, jumps over the Volcon instead, and goes back to another defensive position on the other side of the bar. You see some explosions happening there as well, so the pressure still being applied here, but a minute now and still waiting for the Toros to really make their move. There it is. Squall gets one from the open hatch. That's that verticality you were talking about right there, coming into fine form. Recycle first, backing up the stairs now, trying to look to see if he can catch a defender out in kitchen or attacker out in kitchen hallway. It won't happen. Cam Louie trying to pick one up over in lounge, but nothing doing just yet here.
Recycle getting a bit antsy. You can't be allowing yourself to do this, but he'll actually be able to rotate down the stairs, hitting his own barbed wire, so he has alerted the attackers, but that's a much harder push. There's Lunar. He's looking to find the opening for his team as they are not looking to stall out this time. 15 seconds to go, though. They have to be in a position for the plant where they are not vulnerable. Who has the case, though? That's right, it's Famous Guy. So that will be able to tell you exactly what they're going for. And that's going to be the hatch as kills erupt. It is a sea of blue. Prod flying 2 huge kills. He'll even be able to find a third for waking up with a pistol to finish it off. 1 second. Famous Guy cannot get to the site. And there it is. The ultimate stall out on the attacking side.
Yeah, that's very similar to what we saw last time. The Toros kind of were in a similar situation. I mean, I said just a few seconds ago that it was likely that they could get stuck like that, and you know, it's exactly what happened. And you have to know, right, when to push. You have to know when to go. Like to quote a game called Sekiro, hesitation is defeat. Right, decisiveness is necessary to win in any competitive video game, in any competitive setting, really. Unfortunately, the Toro's just not able to find it right there, and I think part of that could very easily be put down to the site itself. If I'm honest with you, Binks, it is just kind of feels new. It feels a little bit different. I mean, I know it's nestled in the heart of Clubhouse, which is one of the most played, kind of old favorite maps of the entirety of Rainbow Six Siege, but that site in particular just feels a little different and a little off, and I don't think every team in the world of Siege is necessarily ready to really know exactly how to attack that one.
Right. If we were to take a deeper look, we talked about how you're able to really collapse onto the defenders, but interesting enough about Bar, it really takes Strip into consideration. If you had Strip open, and both these teams love the Cali play, right? If you open up Strip, throw a Cali all the way at the back, the amount of angles that you've now opened up are absolutely insane. It's basically garage or snowmobile garage on Chalet, but better because you have more visual. You're able to really lock down that site. So I think if we would have seen the Toros apply more pressure there, it could have been a different round. And now we're back to more of a comfortable site. The defense, 2 minutes, 40 seconds. And it looks like the Toros are going to be opting to go for more of a kitchen as well as tunnel push. As please don't tell me that you're using both a Maverick charge as well as Thermite to get the wall open. You guys are better than that utility usage, please. All right, we're good. We're good.
Rush.
Oh, never mind. We might with the 8. That's 3 different hard breach, which I'm a fan of for basement. It allows you to open everything up proficiently, and you do have the nades of the Maverick. And the smokes and the thermite, because that is a very pleasant change. I want it to be enough. It's a good change in pace. But if you flood for basement, you have the 80 bullet mag capacity of the Alda. And in case you're wondering, Claude's on fire. He's not being shut down. He's 7-1. There's Fall. Recycle first. He's been known for his flanks. So this is a very big pick. But they have to play with confidence and not get too antsy peeking up. Especially not as the ace, as we see Boo see the head of the ace. You have it, and you just have to hit it. Very nice shot, only seeing the head. Nice shot from Boo. Goodbye to one of your hard breach, leaving 2 to go.
Yeah, I was going to say, they have so many hard breachers here. It really shouldn't theoretically be that different to open up every reinforced service you need to, but an unfortunate death right there for Playboy. Boo does take a little bit of damage in return, but nothing that really will slow them down as Kuma goes ahead and drones out the rest of the tunnel, but they might be just giving the game away a little bit here. You see the Legion right there waiting for them on the other side. That's Cam Louie, who has been relatively successful across the night, but really it's been Cloud who's been the big killer here for this squad. Squall has also been doing a very good job, so both of them are still in this contest. Neither of the big gunners have been brought down yet on either side. You hear the exothermic going off. I assume that was the kitchen hatch getting blasted open right there. Can't confirm one way or another just yet, as Kuma looks down the tunnel towards the next potential victim. Can't quite find it despite that very narrow pixel frame. There it goes. It turns a different color. The shots come out, but it will not happen.
I'm just going to say this. Playboy, get on your cams. I've been watching you. I'm calling you out. Thank you very much. Oh. You got to get on those cams because you've had the Legion. He's been on the cam. I don't know if that cam was shot out. You have to be watching for your team. Recycle has done his part, especially watching those Valkyrie cams. You have to use that to feed your team the information. Regardless, Cam and Boo both find huge headshots back and forward in this trade game. Boo still staying alive. He finds a third for the round. Kuma needs to get this plant down, but he's stuck with a Legion Goo mine, meaning he can't get the plant. And once again, the stall from the attackers will mean that the bomb site has been protected. And Korbeck, I am starting to wonder how many times have we seen it that the defenders of WCU have been able to win the round off time alone, not even having to get the frags.
I think that's the third time that we've seen that happen. I'd have to go check my notes here, but I'm pretty sure that's the third time. It does really feel like the Toros are kind of getting bogged down in the mid game for using other games terminology, but they're getting bogged down in the mid game. They just aren't able to close, and I think that the closeness to which these end game scenarios are boiling down to, right, where it's 2v1 or sometimes 2v2, 1v1, what have you, it's getting very kind of squeaky, but it's indicative, I think, of a team that is just struggling a little bit in the planning and action department in order to close it down. The good news, though, for the Toros and their fans is I think that is an eminently fixable problem, right? You can learn to be quicker about your development and execution. If there's one thing that I really needed to contest or worry about in Siege, I would say that that's a relatively good issue to have to deal with, because I think it is relatively easily resolved. We go back up to Gym Bedroom here, though, and we'll see if this will be relatively easy resolved for the side of WCU, who seem to be firmly in the driver's seat of this second map and looking to go ahead and bury it are the Mountaineers. They've brought the Bandit back again. This is very similar to the defensive setup they had last time up here, Binks, and it worked out for them last time, if I remember correctly, and I imagine it'll work out for them again. Still don't know that I necessarily agree with that complete separation of Logi, though, with all those reinforced walls. That is certainly different from what a lot of teams would do.
It's very old meta just because of the extension game that we're now seeing capable of the new operators. It doesn't mean that this is now obsolete. It just means it's a lot hard to hold off, because look, the exterior wall, it's a waste of reinforcements when Maverick's on the board. He's already able to open up. The mirror on the board, essentially what you're looking to do is just open that up on your own, make it a defensive choice to open that up and use the mirror, so that wall now becomes an advantage being open. And the rest is basically going to be history. As Playboy will actually be able to find Cam as the first kill, and a change in where the push is coming from, as a lot of these players are getting pushed. Boo, 6-3. He's come alive these past few rounds, but so has Playboy. He'll get the refrag a bit late, but better to show up late to the party than never. Minute 50 now remaining. It's Korbeck. I'm starting to question this. Is this defensive setup hinging off the push, or are they trying to be more proactive? Is that the part that we're missing?
I mean, it's a little bit proactive. I guess we could give them credit for that. It was a couple of good kills that they turned, but the, man advantage not in their favor. Recycled coming up these back stairs, and you see actually where the advantage of those closed off walls might actually be coming into its own. He gets a couple of shots up the stairs. Recycle first will get the kill. Cloud trying to get one out, won't find it, has to hide in the shower here. Squall levels things out, and there's one from Famous Guy as well. So the 1v3, Cloud hiding in the shower. He is the last defender left alive with only a sliver of health and 62 bullets in the gun. Is it going to be enough? The Alta is a miracle cannon. We all know that the Alta is a miracle cannon, Binks, but just how big of a miracle is it really?
Not enough to withstand an air jab right to your right that will detonate the moment you move a muscle. And it's also definitely not going to be enough to peek out on this Sophia, who's tightly been holding his angle. Claude, you're in a bad spot, rocking a hard place, as my friend John would say. But it's not over yet. They haven't gone for the plant. As I say that, Famous Guy will now prove me wrong. 25 seconds, you got to make your push. And there it is. Playboy finding his third for the round. And I was wrong. The air jab was on the top of the door. You could have thrown them in the bathroom, giving yourself a bit more of a aggressive opportunity, but very safe way to finish off the half. 4-2-2. And if you're worrying, you shouldn't. A 5-1 is where you should be worrying. This is exactly where the split should lie. Is it concerning WCU won 4 consecutive rounds in a row? Yes. But it's not over yet, because that mentality's already been stopped, and I'm interested to see how this shift in mentality. Both these teams have shown that they're more comfortable in the defensive end. Clubhouse should be no different.
Yeah, I agree. It's, I think a 3-3 would obviously have been a better split in favor of the Toros. It didn't manifest that way. 4-2 is good for WCU, but it's definitely not
Defenders,
enough to
protect your
put the
bombs from
Toros out of
being
the running
defused
for
by
the
attackers.
comeback, especially if they show kind of the same vim and vigor they showed on the earlier defensive rounds over at Chalet on the last map. Where I think, both you and I, when we saw the Toros come out initially and put up such strong defensive performances on those first couple of Chalet rounds, I think we both thought that the Toros were going to handily win this. WCU has kind of been the fly in the ointment in that regard and has done a good job of spoiling that initial belief, but I think it could very easily shift back in the Toros' favor here. They are extending out to Cash, and I will say that on the defensive side, I do think we see the Toros running what I would call more traditional strategies. They showed that to us on Chalet as well. It's just, it's one thing to know how to do a strat. It's one thing to know a setup, but it's another thing to kind of be able to actually hold. Execution, practical versus theoretical, right, Bink? Sometimes those are two very different realms.
Bomb located by attackers.
Indeed, it is. I'm trying to this is wrinkling my brain, Corbeck. My brain is just very, very wrinkled right now. I need to put it an extra dryer cycle to get these wrinkles out. I'm trying to understand it. The twitch in play is something I haven't seen in a while, and it works. Both of those bandit batteries are gone. You don't need the Maverick. The fact that Maverick's on the board is questionable to say the least, but it works. Look at all this utility now being taken out in sight. Just from you not watching for a Twitch run, you have a Mozzie, you have a Mute. This should not work. Watch where you're placing utility and map it out together. But now, 2 minutes now remaining. That means one has already left us up and gone. This clear is nowhere near as proficient as we'd expect, but the walls are now open, meaning the players on the side of WCU have a good pinch. Kuma also being lit up inside of construction. He is stuck inside a CC. He needs to call for backup or rotate back for this cross peak.
Lunar here, looking out on to the balcony, the highway, whatever you like to call it. Livid in the general area there as well. Cloud's just going to go ahead and go down for the plant. Why not? If you've got the space to do it,
Oh my God.
drop it. And he gets it off. And that kind of is a bit of an awkward situation here for the defenders, who I don't think necessarily saw that one coming. It's a 5v5, and it could very well end in a relatively high number of survivors on both sides. Livid just emptying the magazine there through the window. Will get one. Boo gets another one. Boo is actually killed immediately by Squall. A furious gunfight. The final scene of the Matrix opening up here right there. Squall gets one more. Kuma gets another one. Livid gets one more to add to the pile. The gunfight at the OK Corral here at the end of the clubhouse as Cloud gets another kill. And now you see Squall jumping out the window there, immediately goes in on the gauge, but no, it's Livid who comes swinging in from construction to put that final kill down. What a end to that round.
Nothing, and I'm telling you, man, nothing beats a 5v5 post plant. The madness, the chaos that will ensue. If you're telling me that your comms are quiet in a 5v5 post plant, then you are sorely mistaken, because there is no way that you can keep that calmness. That's as deep as the storm gets in Rainbow Six Siege. When the entire round, I don't know how much was left, we could have easily had a rough estimate of 1:30. That gets cut down to around 40 seconds. Every single defender does not know what happened. All the attackers need to crunch back to sight. They have to make sure that they have those lines of sight already established to catch those defenders who are going to be swinging them aggressively. Man, oh man, it turns into a T-hunt. When you place the bomb down in T-hunt and everything floods towards you, imagine that, but with 5 attackers who are talking and communicating. Well done to WCU. That was a round well earned off the map, or off the site they took.
Oh no, that was a bit of a mistake. Somebody got clipped by impacts there right at the start. Might have even got clipped by 2 impacts. So that's Lunar and Playboy both losing over half their health on the initial stages of this defense. And when you're sitting at 5-2 on the scoreboard, that's the kind of thing that you don't like to see. Very much an own goal situation right there. Maybe coming off of the back of that intense 5v5 player, they're a little, you know, discombobulated things, but they shouldn't be doing stuff like that. Regardless, we'll focus on the defensive setup instead. What do you see? What are we unhappy about?
This is something that a lot of people actually forget. Those Wamai pucks that were now just deployed inside of the garage, as they catch the projectile and carry it up, the Jaeger ADS that's situated behind could very well shoot it. You want to always make sure there's no overlap, as one of the ways they chose to balance out the utility meta is that when there is actually a switch, what you will see is that a lot of utility will be dumped, and it will be caught from both, disabling both of it. In case you're wondering how that mute jam was taken care of without the Twitch, it was the zero cam. Very good utility there. They're really using those SAM cams to amplify their ability to get onto the site. And now with 2 minutes and 10 seconds, ADSs have been dispersed. Garage is soon to fall. And I'm telling you, man, it's going to have to be a great big battle from the Taurus if they want to take this round back.
Well, Kuma looks to be the man to start that fight. Tries to take the corner there, gets air jab for their troubles. Did not expect an air jab to be there at all. Kuma takes a couple of shots as well. Very low health right now. Deploys the C4 over the top, but he's fishing for nothing at the moment. That smoke grenade there, I think, making him a little bit paranoid. Squall trying to rotate back as well. Lunar on a shred of health here, trying to defend the top of red stairs. Pops up for a couple of shots, won't find anyone. The plant going down. Cloud just slips in again. This seems to be the pattern.
Oh my
God. To the mean there, as Cam Louie and Livid both pick up some kills. Livid will go down, but that's the last thing they're going to see. The plant is down. Now, Famous Guy trying to double back on it. Famous Guy will confirm the kill onto Livid, but there is no way that they are going to be able to get that plant off. There's no way that they're going to be able to defuse this. No, Boo just gets one, easy as you please, coming out through the door. Boo playing very aggressively up on the front line, trying to win the gunfight, won't find it. Famous Guy survives with about a quarter of their health left and then gets absolutely annihilated through the wall by Cam.
That is how you dismantle a site. You have the angle. I would almost never say have 3 players set up, but when you are able to get that plant down, you should be stacking almost 5 players with direct line of sight. It does not matter if you clear the map at that point, because you've already cleared the site. The reason why you clear the map normally is because the site is always the hardest to clear, so you're trying to make it as easy as it can. But if you're already able to just brute force your way in, smoke off and plant, really using the fact that Thermite has those smokes back, that's what you got to do. Now CCTV on match point will be reattempted. Castle, Maestro, Bandit, Jaeger, Oryx. It is a weird lineup to say the least, but you have to make sure you're focusing on the most important part, that being the main wall of CC. With how much WCU is putting their time and effort into it, an Oryx, possibly if you're going for a run out, could be something I'm looking at you going for, or if you're going to be jumping out, I don't even know where. I'm trying to figure that part out myself. You could run through from stock outside. Once again, those are aggressive plays, and WCU seems to be the one initiating or instigating those aggressive plays and being in control of them. So,
yeah, it's certainly a strange brew. It's over there on the side of the Toros. We'll call it that. Whether or not I'd be putting all my eggs in that basket, I don't know, but I give them props for the confidence to make a pick akin to this. You will see Famous Guy there on the castle doing a couple of quick secures on some relatively traditional windows, the one leading into CCTV and the one leading into construction, just trying to cut down on enemy sight lines at that point in time. Playboy going on a wide look around. They will not reinforce the garage doors, so they are really looking for a fight on point as Boo begins to plot their way in. Squall sees that drone and runs away immediately. He does not want to take a gunfight in that position if he can help it. And this is certainly shaping up to be a challenging round for the Toros here on match point. Whether or not it will be a losing round is, I don't think, yet quite determined.
Look at this. This castle play is actually so big. Because look, who has the capability to destroy it besides that melee? The only person who can do that is both Buck and Thermite, and those are selected hard breach devices. That is completely detrimental, and there's the run out. What a huge shot from Sval. That T5, in case you're wondering, that is the gun that Oryx now has access to. Very, very powerful gun, especially in the right hands. That could shape up the round. Thermite off the board. This could so easily be the Taurus' round now.
Very much so. It's forced them into a much more difficult take. They either have to come up through the stairs or they have to come up through garage. The CCTV well no longer viable for this squad with the death of Cloud so early in the round. You'll see Playboy looping back, covering the long stairs, but really that is the garage man there. The MP7 must hold that position, and certainly it's a gun with which you could do exactly that. He's waiting for somebody to swing their face into the gun sight, and it looks like they might actually for a split second do so, but his foot, I think, blocked the run across.
What a shot.
Nope, no foot block there. Recycle first, just lit up. Livid goes down as well, and now Boo, the last member standing here for WCU, jumps into master bedroom and throws himself into the cauldron.
He's got this. He has the man. He has the positioning. He just has to find 5. Easy as that, especially for a man like Boo. Swinging around, he'll check for construction, waiting for the dual push to come out. He'll find his first one. Now down to 4. Oryx through the wall. He'll be able to swing it. Fall. Oh, yeah, right through the wall.
I like how they were both stunned for a moment there. They looked at each other like, oh my god. Oryx didn't realize he could do that. He just came right through and shot him. Oh my lord. Well, there you go. The Toros with the unconventional setup will emerge victorious, but they are still battling on a knife edge here. It's still match point. There is no room for error, Banks, when you are this close to the edge. You simply cannot slip up.
Nothing to Church and Arsenal. Look at these lineups. The amount of change. That is a very smart. Why would you switch to Valkyrie when there was a Dokkaebi that was teased? Please switch back to the Dokkaebi, Boo. I'm begging you, buddy. Oh, man.
Please, Boo.
The inability of these... Oh, man. The inability of these 6 picks is really starting to hurt me. Last round, we saw the castle, and no changes on the attacking side were made. The point of the reveal phase is for you to better set your attack. For you to be better off as you get into the thick of everything. But now, they have to make do. Rainbow Six is making do with the materials that you have available and making the most of it, whether it be your guns or your utility, whatever will shine through the most. 6-3, match point. While there is 3 rounds of room for error, I guarantee WCU does not want to use them as they seek to end things quick.
The Fuse is really of limited viability here. As much as I do like Fuse, I find it very entertaining. It just, there's not that much soft surface for him to actually play off. There's not even that many reinforced surfaces to play off of with the changes and whatnot. So could be a bit problematic right there. You brought along Kuma here on the Echo, which is an interesting choice. He's in a good position to use those yokais just primarily for intelligence gathering. And what happened
I see what
there?
that makes sense. So he fused the window, allowing for a lot more of the floor to be opened up in a very quick manner. But it doesn't look like it went all the way through, though. It does look like it's only a half. You'd have to detonate 2 fuse charges, although you could use a shotgun, something like that. Smart, not smart enough.
I have
I'm
reservations
curious.
about that.
No,
I'll be
no.
honest.
I'm trying to be optimistic. Buck, you have
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
a lot more wit than I would going for a push like that, as Lunar is on the prowl. He has seen so many attackers, but has not been able to make anything of it, as we will now see the Ying of Cam looking to collapse onto the Vigil, shooting out the default. Lunar having his C1. I can't remember the name of it, just scanners. It's completely skipped away from my memory, just like he's able to skip away from the defender camps. Or sorry, attacker camps.
The hiding thingamadoodle, but there's something you don't see very often. Squall dies to a fuse charge. Wow. The little pucks of death. There, you don't see that very often. Lunar picks up another kill here. Livid trying to swing in through Moto. There are 4 bodies now pushing into that Moto side. How many defenders really in position to meet them? Lunar still the dagger poised here at the heart of the enemy team, has not been caught at all. We'll be able to double back down those stairs towards the basement as Kuma picks up 2. Boo is down low as well. That's Lunar making their presence known. 1 attacker left alive. He will cap Lunar almost immediately. It's Cam Louis there. Cam Louis gets another one. And that's a 1v1 here on match point. Can Kuma close this out and keep his team dream alive? No, he cannot! Woo! Cam Louis swings the corner, gets the kill, and propels WCU to victory.
I was not expecting that. A huge 1v3 to finish off this series. Huge plays to WCU and a round of applause for Cam to have that highlight play to finish things off. Man, oh man, that is talent.
Woo! Yeah, that was talent, man. That was great at the end there. Oh, it was just a pure. That was, you know, you have a DPS check, right? In a lot of raid games where you gotta like just do enough damage to the boss. That was just a reflex check. Like that was a gunfight on the street at high noon. Whoever shot first was gonna win, and that's exactly what happened right there. And
He's
unfortunately,
got a better gaming
Beaker's
chair.
advantage too. He's got a better gaming chair. That's the difference that can be made sometimes by the simple expedient of sitting in the right position. But an exciting match nonetheless. I really enjoyed that one. You know, CSU Dominguez Hills obviously a little bit rough, but I don't think that that's one that they can walk away from feeling particularly put out there. Banks. They really, you know, they fought hard through a lot of those maps. It was definitely not a walkover by any stretch of the word.
It certainly was not. They had a lot that they were doing positive, but it ultimately came down to this needing to play more together off of those highlight plays. Those highlight plays, when they worked out tremendously, and the team was really well able to piggyback off those plays. But when you don't have that player showing up, you have to have a backup. You have to have a network that you're able to work around, especially in a complicated game like Siege. Does this mean that I don't think that they're going to be good competition for this season? No, I believe there is so much potential on both of these rosters that can keep on being nourished. I am so excited to see how they develop.
I actually agree with you 100% right there. I think considering that was the first match of the season, right? We saw a lot on display from both of those squads. And I think that's something that will be very interesting. And the rest of the Challengers division should definitely be watching this map and watching those two teams because there's potential there. You're right. There's some spice on both sides of the ball. There's some spice in terms of both gun skill and overall sort of game sense. But for us today, that will be all the spice we have. The spice cabinet is drained. I have been Corbeck. This has been Binks. Thank you so much to our production. And of course, to all of you there watching, thank you so much for tuning into the NECC. Things are back in full swing here for the fall season. So do check Twitter, check the Twitch, check whatever you can, and be sure to catch a bunch of collegiate esports action here.